right. So, wow, this was scheduled to begin at 7 p.m. Eastern. However, with reporting coming out of Walterboro, first of all, hi, welcome to Law and Lumber. We're gonna do a little recap on Murdaugh where we were this evening until some reporting came in that there is very likely a verdict reached. So people are funneling back into the courthouse. I've got the court feed pulled up on the side here. We're gonna watch that and see what we've got as far as a verdict is concerned. Verdict early is kind of a surprise to me. Generally speaking, if I'm just speculating here, a verdict at this point in time is not really a good thing for Mr. Murdaugh, because that is a really fast turnaround based on all of the information provided. So I guess we're going to have to just bear with me a little bit here. Yeah. So 7 minutes early beating the live stream. Let's go ahead and see if we can't, while I've got this pulled up, do a little bit of recap of some of the stuff that happened earlier today, because there were some fireworks in the courthouse. And actually, you know what? Let's do this. Let's recap kind of with how the day ended, because this was something interesting to me as far as how the defense viewed their case. Towards the end of today, when the jury was finally charged and said, go back and, deliberate as you will, review all of this, and we will await your decision or your response. The judge posed a question to the parties and said that you were, only briefly panicking here. Not panicking, really, just quick. Let's pull this up, because I want to play a little bit of the what happened earlier before we'll cut live to the actual verdict. So towards the end, apparently South Carolina law provides that the jury, only 12 are allowed to deliberate, and essentially dismissing any alternates prior to that deliberation beginning. That's a little odd. That's not normal. Usually the alternates are dismissed prior to deliberation. You have 12 people go, well, they're not. They're kept around. Alternates are kept around just in case something happened. Now, what ended up being strange about this was the defense and the will of the individual, where that being Mr. Murdaugh, was that they wished for the remaining juror to stay. The benefit to this, or the reason why this might tell you something one way or the other. These things things occur during deliberation that might cause the dismissal of one of the jurors. And if a juror is dismissed mid-deliberation because of some reason, some family health emergency, something like that, then they're one short. And if they're one short, they can't get to an actual verdict one way or the other. And with that, essentially the case goes and becomes a mistrial. The trial starts all over again. Generally speaking, the defense is hoping, at least part of it, a hung jury is beneficial to the defense. It's not a guilty verdict. Anything that's not a guilty verdict is something that's favorable to the defense. And that's essentially what was asked of Mr. Murdaugh. And Mr. Murdaugh said that he wished for that juror to remain. Well, that suggested to me that there might be some confidence in a possible not guilty coming out of this jury. I don't know. Right now, they've been deliberating. They were finally told to go in. Right now, they've been deliberating for, what is that? A couple hours, 2 or 3. And this is before any recess for the evening. The judge said he was going to keep them until 10 p.m. on East Coast time. I do have the live stream pulled up, and we're going to watch and see as soon as the court comes in. I'm going to cut to that. We're going to maximize how many screens I can have going at one time. And we're just going to try and go like that. So that said, let's do this. Let's play some of this last bit of the court day. And back up a little bit. This is the charging of the jury.
An opinion of this court as to what you should find.
Fast forward to where this
with the
murmur
court.
was made.
Please reduce your message or question to write. Do you want me to hold the alternate?
Here we go.
that's what the parties want, must be excused once. The statute says alternate must be excused once the jury begins deliberating. And that's always a risk that is taken. So with the consent of the parties, if that's what the parties want, Mr. Murdaugh.
Yes, sir.
Do you want me to hold the alternate in the event something happens to any other juror?
Yes, sir.
All right, very good. So, madam, you will not be dismissed. You will remain as a member of the panel while the jurors are deliberating, but will need to be taken someplace separately from the panel to ensure that you do not talk with anyone or communicate with anyone. And we'll figure all that out in a few minutes. But aside from that, if you all will review the exhibits with the court reporter, and bailiff, you can take the charge and the indictments in, and the jury may begin deliberating.
Okay, so there's that little bit of the recap from the end of the day. And now what I can do is actually remove this tab from my stream on this screen and pull up the live feed so that I can monitor that and pull it to live when we get everyone in the courtroom. This is strange. This is strange. I did not expect this, because basically at the very end of the day, here's what ends up happening. At the very end of the day, after all the closing arguments are made and the jury is charged, the jury receives their instructions, and the jury is then told that the defense and the prosecution are going to collaborate to determine and make sure that the exhibits are essentially gathered into one location, one cart that's going to be rolled back for the jury to view. That obviously took some time. So the idea that the jury goes back and deliberates for this period of time without the exhibits being provided yet, because they're still being worked on in court to figure out what's going to go back there, is kind of, it's quick. The other thought about this is that what the jury does when they first go back is they have already, well, they don't have to elect a foreperson. The judge appointed the foreperson in this case. So with a foreperson appointed, the initial thing would be to take an initial vote to see where people are. That initial vote would essentially tell the rest of the jurors, well, what are we going to do? Are we going to review the evidence? And you start to have a dialogue back and forth. The evidence comes back, and then you start discussing and debating it amongst each other. So if you've got the jury that went back, if I'm doing my timing right, what, like 4 o'clock in the afternoon, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and at some point in time, they, in that initial polling, realized that they were closer to unanimity than they originally thought. And that's fascinating. That's fascinating to me. I'm going to put a poll up and see what you guys are thinking while we're still waiting for them to funnel in, and we'll see if we can get some responses from you. Because I don't know what this means. My gut tells me this isn't good for Mr. Murdaugh. That's my gut. My gut says a quick verdict, not good for Mr. Murdaugh. So let me do this. We'll put a poll up right now. What verdict predictions, because now we've got a verdict that's being reported as being delivered. So verdict predictions. And we're going to say guilty, not guilty. And those are our really only two options. And then the last one I'm going to do, just for interesting, just because why not? Whoops. Just needed verification. So let's see. What are you guys thinking? How this is working? Because today I thought the defense, this was the case the defense had that they could lose. Rob, show us the court. And we'll do this. Let me see if I can pull up, because Law and Crime has their talking heads on. I want to see if there's another feed that's just showing that courtroom feed so you guys can see it while we're talking about all of this. Dun, dun, dun. And just checking the other feeds that are out. Here we go. So Court TV has their feed. I'm going to do this. I'll pull this up and share so that you guys aren't waiting and panicking, and so I don't get any false reports that the jury is back in the room prematurely. So let's do this. We're going to mute it, play, make sure it's live. There we go. And we'll pull it up on the screen so that we can all watch it. Here we go. So there we have it. So we're watching the screen at the same time. That said, let's do a little bit of a backtrack and talk about today and how today went. So at the very beginning of the day, we had a juror that was dismissed for misconduct. At the very beginning, it was reported, and we ended up getting confirmation from the court that essentially one of the jurors was communicating outside of the courtroom, outside the presence of the court, with other third parties and giving their opinions on the evidence that was being introduced. Big no-no. The jury is charged not to give that information or any impressions along the way. They're not supposed to deliberate or talk about the case at all outside the presence of the court, and they're not supposed to deliberate until the judge says, go and deliberate. I am live. That is live. See that little thing right there? It says live. So we're live. At least I think we are. Checking other feeds at the same time to make sure, because I think other streams are probably covering recaps. Here we go. Okay, let me bring the audio.
Be seated.
I understand that there is a verdict. You may bring the jury.
Is this behind? Refresh the stream. Better feed found. Law and Crime's got it live. Hang on. Bear with me. Switching.
Tell you again. Starting with the back, flipping them over one by one. State of South Carolina versus.
Docket number 2022 GS 15-00592, the State of South Carolina, County of Colleton, in the Court of General Sessions in the term of 2022, July, the State versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh, defendant, indictment for murder, SC Code 16-3-0010, CDR Code 0116. Okay. Guilty verdict. Signed by the forelady, 3/2/23. Docket number 2022-GS-15-00593, the State of South Carolina, County of Colleton, in the Court of General Sessions, the July term of 2022. The State versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh, defendant, indictment for murder, SC Code 16-3-0010, CDR Code 0116, verdict guilty, signed by the forelady, date 3/2/23.
So they're the first two charges. Now the
Docket
weapons
number
charges. These will be guilty.
2022-GS-15-00595. The State of South Carolina, County of Colleton, Court of General Sessions, July term 2022. The State versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh, defendant. Indictment for possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime. SC Code -16-23-0490. CDR Code 0549. Verdict guilty. signed by the foreperson of the jury, date 3/2/23. Docket number 2022 GS-15-000594. The State of South Carolina, County of Colleton, Court of General Sessions, July term 2022. The State versus Richard Alexander Murdaugh, defendant. Indictment for possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime. SC Code 16-23-0490. CDR Code 0549. Verdict, guilty. Signed by the foreperson of the jury, 3/2/23.
Thank you.
You know,
Madam Forelady and members of the jury, if that is the verdict of each and every juror, please let it be known by raising your right hands. All right, thank you. Any individual polling requested? Madam Clerk, you'll need to individually poll the jury according to their juror numbers.
Number 193. Was this your verdict?
Yes, sir.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Juror 254.
Yep.
Is this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Juror 326. Was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Juror 530. Was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror 544.
Yes.
Was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Juror 572. Was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Juror 578. Was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Juror 589. Was this your verdict? Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Juror 630. Was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Juror 729. Was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Juror 826. Was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Juror 864. Was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Your Honor, the jury has been polled.
Thank you. The jury has been polled and the verdict is a unanimous verdict. If you will bring the alternate juror out and have her have a seat in the audience, please. You can stand there or you can sit back there, whatever you prefer. Okay. Are there any post-trial motions?
From the state, Your Honor.
Your Honor, we would just renew our previously argued motions for a directed verdict, and at this, on the grounds, on those grounds, we would make a motion for a mistrial and to set aside the verdict.
By the state.
Technical motions.
Response.
Your Honor, based on our previous arguments, we would submit that the case properly went to the jury and the verdict is proper and would rely on those arguments.
We've been here now 28 days, first few days of jury selection and the remainder receiving testimony, an overwhelming amount of testimony and evidence that was presented to the jury for the jury's consideration. As I indicated to the jury during the jury charge, or the charge on the law, that this was a matter solely for the jury to determine. The court found at the end of the state's case that there's sufficient evidence to find the defendant guilty if the evidence was believed by the jury. Likewise, at the end of the defense's case, when the motion was renewed, the court found that the evidence was sufficient for the jury to find the defendant guilty. the jury has now considered the evidence for a significant period of time, and the evidence of guilt is overwhelming, and I deny the motion. Mr. Murdaugh, you now having been found guilty of 2 counts of murder involving your wife and your son, 2 counts of possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime, the burden now comes upon the court to impose a sentence. Given the lateness of the hour and the victim's rights that must be taken into consideration and complied with under the Victim's Bill of Rights, and consider what I would anticipate to be a number of people who might have something to say regarding sentencing, we will defer sentencing to a later date. Of course, the minimum sentence for murder is 30 years. The maximum sentence is life imprisonment as to each count. And on the weapons charge, the sentence is up to 5 years, which has to be concurrent if a life sentence is imposed. When would you all like to reconvene for sentencing? I would like to give everyone an adequate opportunity to prepare for it.
State will be ready at 9:30 in the morning, Your Honor.
(9:30 in the morning? Sentencing immediately? Okay,
We could do it at 9:30 tomorrow morning also.
that's quick.
All
Okay.
right, the defendant is remanded to the custody of the Colleton County Sheriff's Department.
First time they've actually showed him being handcuffed in court.
And he may be taken away. Madam Floor Lady and members of the jury, I want to thank you on behalf of the citizens of the state of South Carolina and your fellow citizens of Colleton County. You did not volunteer for this service. You were called upon by being summoned to appear, and Providence have brought you to this moment in time and these weeks in time. I know that all of you have been here at great sacrifice, particularly the juror whose job was on the line until a miracle happened, I guess, that allowed him to be able to leave rather than leave after 2 or 3 weeks. But I want to thank each one of you all individually and collectively. It's not often that you're called upon to sit in judgment of the actions of your fellow man, but you all responded and it gave due consideration to the evidence. I will make no comment now as to the extent or the overwhelming nature of the evidence, but certainly the verdict that you've reached is supported by the evidence, circumstantial evidence, direct evidence, all of the evidence pointed to only one conclusion. That's the conclusion that you all reached. So applaud you all for, as a group and as a unit and individually, evaluating the evidence and coming to a proper conclusion as you saw the law, as you saw the facts. Now that you've served for the next year, you're not eligible to serve again. Now, of
Part
course,
of it, yes.
many
Part of it,
people
no.
never
I'll
get
explain.
called upon, but you're not eligible for the next year, and for 2 additional years, you can be exempted from service because no person is required to serve on jury duty in this court more often than once every 3 years. Tomorrow morning at 9:30, we will reconvene for sentencing. You all have no role in that because that's solely up to the judge, to me. You're welcome to come back if you want to and be a part of the audience if you like. I also want to thank the alternate juror who was locked away in a room by herself for these hours, who's hung in there during that period of time. I want to thank you as well. Madam Clerk, what do you have to tell your jurors?
Thank you for your service and what the judge said as well. And I think we can release them tonight and bring them back in the morning.
No, they're off jury duty. They can come back if they like. And you don't have to if you don't want to. Typically, I've seen jurors wanting to see the end result of a case once they've invested a lot into it. It's really an amazing thing with juries. Quite often, at the start of the case, jurors
Yes, they were this morning.
really like, whoa, why am I here? I wish I wasn't selected. But as time passes and the jurors become invested and really committed to the case and committed to seeing it through, and are very disappointed when they are not able to see it to a conclusion. And then along the way of serving, you end up finding out quite a bit about our judicial system and learning quite a bit, about human nature for sure, but also about the presentation of evidence and hearing from expert witnesses and really learning a lot of things that you'll be able to take with you when you leave jury duty. And to Madam Forelady, I don't know if you were hesitant initially or not, but you have stepped up to the plate and done a great job of leading the jury as well. And thank all of you. So the jury is dismissed. Now, one thing before you go, of course, we have invested a lot in maintaining the privacy of the jury, of each one of you. And
Until you just showed
you
them.
are free at this point to discuss the case with anyone. Given the high profile nature of the case, I'm certain that the many people in the media will probably want to communicate with you, but they have no means of contacting you because under order that I issued, the
So I don't
identity
have
of
to
the jurors
update people.
must be kept private. And if you decide that you want to speak with anyone, local, state, nationally, or internationally, that's your prerogative. However, should anyone harass you, please let me know and I will address those issues. If anyone through somehow or another discover your identity and harass you, and rest assured I will intercede on your behalf. That having been said, you are free to communicate with whomever you might want to concerning the case from now on. So with that, thank you, and you all are free to go.
Judge, if I could have
Yes.
you go to the jury room, and I'm going to meet you back there for just a few minutes.
All right.
Gather your belongings.
As is my practice, I'll speak with the foreperson before you leave the building after talking to them back there. Anything else?
Is he going to dismiss him? Usually he'll make a remark about the attorneys in the case. Just want to see what he does when they adjourn.
Be in recess till
There you go.
9:30 tomorrow morning.
Okay, so there you have it. Alex Murdaugh guilty on all counts. People were making several questions, so I want to answer the questions that I saw coming through. So a couple of quick points. One, generally speaking, when it's a quick verdict like this, in certain cases, it can be a quick verdict and it's pretty clear it's going to be an NG and not guilty. But I will say that faster verdicts in cases like this kind of suggest guilt, especially with this one when there's this much evidence to consider. If it was going to be not guilty, they would have wanted to review a lot more of the evidence for a longer period of time. So I'm not surprised that Alex Murdaugh didn't look surprised. I'm not surprised at that because he probably felt that going in there with that quick return and with that quick announcement. I'm going to stop the little ticker because it's driving me nuts. Let me hide that because it is driving me a little bit crazy. So here's what we're going to do. Let's go ahead and I want to recap this a little bit and answer some of the questions regarding showing the jury. So jury anonymity is not something that's really guaranteed to the jurors. It's guaranteed by court order. The court is orders that no one discuss or disclose the identities of the jurors. But in a court of law, generally speaking, the juror identities are the public information. It's part of the court process. However, in this particular case, the judge entered an order that said the jurors' identities were to be protected and sealed. So they were sealed. I think the cameraman or woman was a little bit quick on the draw in rotating that camera over. I imagine the judge might have some words at some point in time, but in either event, it's not so much, Rob, retitle your stream. It is not so much, let me actually do that real quick. It's not so much that their identities are known because they are free to go and talk to the press. And I imagine that several of them probably will. They're going to be curious about how the evidence was weighed and how everyone basically interpreted all of that coming in. So let's do this. I saw some questions I want to pull up. One of the questions was, can the judge make those remarks? And I said yes and no. One, the judge is really allowed to make any remark they wish at that point in time. However, generally speaking, judges will refrain from commenting on the propriety of the verdict being entered at that point in time. It's not usually commonplace for the judge to say you reached the right verdict or the wrong verdict because the verdict was the verdict reached by the jury. The judge doesn't stand in their place. So I did find that a little bit off-putting just because the comment about the great weight of the evidence or all of this stuff. It's not that the jury is wrong at all. The jury reached their decision. I have made the comment from the very beginning of this trial that this trial, the evidence can be argued both ways. It really can. And it was going to come down to how the jury was interpreting that and how the jury was perceiving the parties in front of them. They are the ultimate arbiters of truth in that particular moment. They're the ones that are in court watching the testimony being presented to them. It's then left to the attorneys to make an argument or to present that evidence in the fashion that favors their client, whether it's the state or whether it's Mr. Murdaugh. So that's the job of the attorneys. What I will say very likely is I don't think that any of the closing arguments swayed one of the jurors one way or the other. I thought the closing arguments for all parties were rather weak. I made my comments about Creighton Waters' closing argument yesterday. And then when it came to Mr. Griffin, when he got up today, I thought his closing argument was kind of disjointed. I thought he kind of was scattered a little bit in what he was saying. So I just didn't think the defense did a great job on that one. I don't know what I'm wrong about, Farm D. I don't. Generally speaking, the judge doesn't make comments like that and saying whether a jury verdict is right or wrong. That's the first time I've really made a comment about this particular judge. I thought he's been pretty even-handed, and I thought that as he's been consistent in some of his rulings. One of the very interesting things is the 404 evidence when that comes in, and when that ends up, that will likely be the subject of the appeal to the extent that it does go forward on appeal. I think the turnaround time on sentencing is rather quick. However, with this, there's not a whole lot of factors to consider. I think South Carolina has a relatively mandatory sentence in this regard. And I don't really think anyone's surprised that Mr. Murdaugh's not going to see or breathe free air for the rest of his life, whether the financial crimes or these crimes. So we will see. Question of, will he be given the opportunity to talk? I imagine there's going to be press conferences by both the attorneys in this matter after they have the opportunity to think on what was just happening. I think the state right now is, if you're the state, I think you're riding pretty high. And I feel like they think their closing probably sealed the deal. It's going to be very interesting. I didn't like how Law and Crime I didn't like how Law and Crime had the split screen with Buster in the background. That I get showing the defendant's reaction, and I get showing the judge and the attorneys. Having Buster's face live on screen, that's a little bit much. That one, I didn't really buy into that. That just kind of makes this bigger than what I think the trial was actually about. So that said, getting back to my original point, I don't think the closing arguments really did anything. I think the jury made their mind up throughout the course of the trial. Closing arguments by Mr. Waters, I thought he relayed the closing argument, but like I said last night, he gave a lot of questions in his closing argument. What if, what if, what if, what if, what if? Well, that's not really their burden. Their burden was to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, and this jury, 12 unanimous opinions, said that they did. They were the ones in court. I cannot say that they reached the wrong conclusion. I can say that my interpretation of the evidence was a split view on this evidence. I don't know that I would have reached this decision, but again, I wasn't in court. I didn't have the opportunity to watch what was going on. And I also, it's difficult to imagine that some externalities were not brought into this courtroom. And this is something we've been talking about for quite some time. External knowledge of the family and just how that family was pervasive in the community, and really the abuse of the power that Mr. Murdaugh was provided. If I am sitting on a jury hearing that someone is using their solicitor badge to do all of these different things, you get a very visceral understanding of Mr. Murdaugh and his behaviors. Now, does that and should that weigh into your consideration of whether he did something that's consistent with that past behavior? From a purely legal standpoint, it should not. From the purely legal standpoint, it should not. But from an emotional standpoint, with regard to individuals in the community, there is no way it doesn't weigh in on your decisions to hold someone accountable for what they've done in other circumstances or not. So we're going to have to see. Right now, we're still digesting some of the verdict and what this means. I was surprised it was 3 hours. That was my surprise. It's not that it was guilty or not guilty. My surprise was that it was 3 hours. Because when we're making comments and giving our analysis on the legal merits and the arguments being made when evidence is being introduced, we are in a vacuum. We are in our little space, in our own little communities, not down there. So take that interpretation for what it is. I think the jury probably got really, really, really hung up on the lie, that big lie. Everyone made the comment about the big lie. And is that burden shifting? I don't know. I'm honestly pretty fascinated about it. So, what was this? Miss Lisa, thank you. Love your job. EDB thought this particular judge probably gives the "you reached the correct verdict" speech to every jury at the end of the trial. That part right there wasn't what kind of bugged me. Thank you for the super chat. It was the comment on the weight of the evidence, or the comment on all of that. The evidence once received by the jury is supposed to be interpreted and adjudicated by the jury. They are the finders of fact. And when the individual in charge of administering the law in that courtroom makes a comment on the weight of the factual of the facts that are being perceived by the jury, that kind of oversteps their bounds. I'm not going to say it's bad. I'm just going to say it was caught me off guard. I have seen judges do all kinds of stuff. Honda Roke, thank you. Verdict is in. Yes, it is. We just watched it. Guilty on all counts. Maureen Griffin, a day that started with a booted juror, her eggs, and OJ at a midday has a verdict. Wild. It has been wild. Andy, the game maker. Thanks, Andy, here for the Law and Lumber ASMR. It was kind of a panic throwing this together. Look at this. We would have been 30 minutes into this live stream doing a recap. Vez, what with a verdict? I'll miss every day. Rob, glad tomorrow is Friday Night Frenzy. It is. Thank you, Vez. Josh at 10, thank you. Lulu and Levi Mom, terrifying. What a railroad. People can reach that decision. Nicole Christine, thoughts on appeal chances and strategy associated therewith. I don't know. Here's my interpretation on the appellate issues. The major appellate issue is allowing the 404 and 403 evidence in, the information about the finances and the other bad acts evidence. Now, with the admonishment that the judge gave was the jury was only supposed to consider that for purposes of establishing motive. With regard to motive, I thought that was a weak argument. However, even though the judge tells them that they are not allowed to consider it for propensity, meaning they are not allowed to consider it to say that he did this thing, he murdered Paul and Maggie, which he is convicted of doing, he is found guilty of doing that. Even though they're not allowed to say he's guilty of making or murdering his wife and son because he committed these other crimes, it is not outside the realm of possibility. And a lot of jurors will reach that emotional conclusion because that's the natural thought. Bad people do bad things. That's why it's dangerous to let that information in. Now, I want to caveat this. I think that's their major appellate argument. However, I think they also have to overcome a major hurdle. They argued and they started presenting information on his character, on Alex Murdaugh's character. They did it early on in the case, where essentially they, in cross-examining the witnesses presented by the state, they started, the defense that is, started asking questions of, well, would you have been surprised that all of these, or would you have been surprised that he would ever do something to his wife and son? Didn't they have a great marriage? What was their relationship like? Once you start getting into that and you put your own character as the defense, you put your own character at issue, the state is entitled to rebut that character evidence. They're allowed to bring in negative character traits. So is this an own goal by the defense? I don't know. I think there's going to be a lot of scrutiny, and there's going to be Monday morning quarterbacking on both sides. At the end of the day, the state won the case. So Alex Murdaugh is found guilty. He's guilty. That's what it is. It's no longer a question anymore. This is now guilty. The other thing is, when the judge gives that initial instruction, and you heard the jury instructions earlier today if you were watching the stream, when the judge gives the initial instructions, the judge makes the comment and admonishes the jury that the individual is presumed innocent at every stage, and that innocence follows them into the deliberations. And it continues with them until they return their verdict. Once they return that verdict, however, the law flips. The presumption then flips. He is then presumed guilty because that was the finding of the jury. The jury's finding is deemed to be the correct finding and can only be overturned upon significant findings of wrong in allowing certain evidence in. Ashley King, I feel so sick. I don't know that I have a feeling in one direction or the other. I feel more confused as to how fast they were able to reach that verdict. That is my only question. Based on the timing, I think that they wouldn't even have had the opportunity to pull out any of the exhibits. So we'll see. I see people commenting that there's going to be a press conference. Let me see if I can go ahead and pull something up. Well, let me do this first. Let me make the change to the title of the stream. Murdaugh murder trial recap, day 28, verdict in. So let's go. We're going to call this one Murdaugh murder trial verdict. Verdict reached. And we'll just leave it there because that's, we're not recapping anything right now. We're kind of recapping. We're kind of doing a breakdown of what ended up happening. And then let's go ahead and see if we can't pull up one of these other streams to see if there is a press conference that's going to be delivered by either the state or the defense. Looks like I'm seeing cameras getting set up outside. Don't see anything just yet. When they do show, I will try to pull that up. Let's go. The local affiliate down there is probably going to have the best coverage on this one, although Court TV is probably going to cover it as well. So let's just pull, but Court TV had that delay. So what was it? It's that one. You know what? I hate to even give Law and Crime the views, but might as well, because I think they've been kind of pretty good on the live coverage here, at least in having some of those setups. So I've got the podium set up for when they do break to that press conference, and we'll go to that one as well. Let's see. Make sure I've got this. The state won. I don't think this is a game. I didn't really intend to relate as a game, but the state is essentially the victor in this particular case. They were able to persuade the jury that the individual, Mr. Murdaugh, was guilty of killing his wife and son. So it's not that it's a game, but in terms of how these cases are tried, this was a victory on the part of the state. The state thinks that, well, the state is of the position, and right now they received a verdict. This is justice for them. This is justice for Paul and Maggie. Based on the state, that's what they said. So that's how we're going to cover it. That's how we're going to view it. That was the verdict. Question: how can he be charged with the possession of weapons if they don't actually have the weapons? Because the jury can find beyond a reasonable doubt, given the circumstantial evidence presented in this case, circumstantial evidence being given the same weight as direct evidence, the jury can reach the conclusion, as they did in this case, that these murders were carried out with a firearm, and the firearm was in the hand of Mr. Murdaugh. Therefore, he is in possession of the firearm when he carried those out. That's how they reached that. Susan, thank you. It makes me scared for those who doesn't have the means to defend themselves. He's a gross lying thief. Truly don't believe he killed his family. You know, people are going to have opinions about this case, and I am going to ask everyone that's in this chat watching that we express those opinions respectfully of one another, because a lot of people watch this trial from start to finish, and they're going to have opinions in one direction or the other. And it's about having respect for that. This was something I made the comment about in the Depp v. Heard case, because even in that case, when the verdict came back in favor of Mr. Depp, people still had opinions. And you can say that the jury found Mr. Depp had been defamed by Ms. Heard. The jury has spoken in this particular case. He had 12 individuals, 12 peers selected via a process that this country recognizes as being fair and that South Carolina recognizes being fair. They listened to 6 weeks of testimony and evidence and argument by both counsel. So they reached a conclusion based on what they perceived. That's what the system provides for. So you can have an opinion in one direction or the other. That's fair. And you can feel sad for the family members. You can feel sad for any number of people. I think right now it's appropriate to feel sad for Paul and Maggie. I mean, that in some way for them and for their family members, this is justice. But in another way, can there ever really be justice for the loss of a life? I don't think there can be. The idea that a life for a life is somehow better than nothing, or a life for a life is appropriate, it's never really sat well with me, because you can't replace the life that's been taken from this earth. But yeah. Buffy Lynn, if I was innocent and found guilty, my reaction would be exactly the opposite of his in that moment. Not a tear now. Really, that is telling to me. Buffy, I made the comment earlier. I think he had an inclination beforehand. Watching responses as verdicts are read out is interesting, and I don't really read a whole lot into the body language that's displayed during those, primarily because there's shock. And when there is shock, you can't really judge how someone reacts in that particular moment. So, let's see. Nine Inch Nails guy, I just want to give Buster a mom hug. Poor guy has lost all immediate family, two to a murder and one for doing it. I hope he has a support system. I am very much in agreement for that. This is and regardless of people's opinions of him, he took the stand in favor of his father's case, and he has to reconcile his own interpretation and belief with that verdict that was returned by the jury. And that is not something I wish upon anybody. Natalie Ball, Rob, how do you see this verdict? Well, we see it with our eyes because we just saw it. It was the quick return kind of suggested to me it was going to be guilty. The neurodivergent counselor, thank you very much. I'm honestly shocked that the verdict came this fast. As a counselor, I'm now more focused on Buster and how he's lost his whole immediate family. I hope he gets some high quality therapy and support from family and loved ones. I am 100% in agreement with that. I think that there's going to be a whole lot of people that are going to need some counseling after this. I think that Maggie's family as well. Because the funny thing about this one is the verdict itself gives that family a little bit of closure and the understanding that Alex Murdaugh, the person who is guilty of doing this, has been found guilty by a jury of his peers. So that little bit of closure is oftentimes short-lived because there's reconciling with the acknowledgement after that little bit of closure that justice in their mind has been meted out. That still doesn't bring Paul or Maggie back. And that's something that they have to reconcile with, because this trial was very likely seen to them as the end game or the end of that road. And it's not. It's just one step along the way, and they have to kind of pick themselves back up by the bootstraps and keep living their lives to the best of their ability. And Godspeed to them in that process. A. O'Connor, thank you. I want to know why. Why was he so desperate that he felt the need to kill them? Were they going to stand against him? Will he be further prosecuted for financial crimes? The financial crimes, I would imagine you're going to see a plea deal. Yes, I'm going to stream this if they come with it live. I imagine with the financial crimes, you're going to see a plea deal because the state really put all of their effort and resources into this verdict. And it would be duplicative of the process. And I imagine that Alex Murdaugh is going to plead guilty or admit the petition on all of those, because quite honestly, there's no point. He's going to serve the rest of his life in jail, regardless of on the financial crimes or these crimes. The state wanted that. So were they going to stand against him? And as far as the rest of the questions that we have, I don't know that we will ever get answers. That has been the problem I have had with this process from the very beginning. I don't know that we'll ever have all of the answers. There will be speculations aplenty. There is already a Netflix documentary. There's already an HBO documentary. There's already people that are giving all of their thoughts and opinions on how these things or why these things existed the way they did. I don't think that any one of them is going to be more right or wrong than anyone else. So this is a case where there are still questions that are going to remain. I do not see those being answered at any point in time soon. And anyone that's professing to you that they have the answers, I would show some pretty serious skepticism. Excuse me. I think the judge probably makes the same speech to the jury, no matter the outcome, makes it so they don't feel any doubt with any choice they make. I'm not disagreeing with that. I think just one or two of the remarks were a little bit caught me off guard. Kim Finley, thank you very much. Ms. Marie, thank you. Everyone rejoicing right now needs to remember there's a young man that just lost his entire family. This is not a football game. Everybody lost. That's the court process. In the court process, everyone generally ends up being the loser. The only reason I make the comment about the state winning is because that's kind of just that's the jargon that's used. The Bio Explorer, thank you. I live in a neighboring county. I totally agree that it was the big lie and the fake shooting that everyone here thinks proved it. And that's a possibility. That was something that a lot of people concluded. That was something that when he did take the stand, the thought process for a lot of people was that he had to explain the lie. He had to explain the lie in a way that would allow them to believe him again. And Mr. Murdaugh doesn't do himself any favors. Like I told you guys yesterday, I personally believe that he was lied about a whole lot of stuff. I still had a struggle with the evidence in this case. And I can also tell you that regardless of this verdict, South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, y'all gotta fix how you do these investigations. My God. I mean, just imagine this. Like in any other case, how many cases have gone by the wayside because of investigative practices like this? So it's wild to me. So, Burberries, thank you. I don't like people insinuating Buster's reaction, lack thereof, shows he expected the verdict. I think he's going through a lot. What's the correct way to react? There's no correct way to react. That's the comment that I was making. I don't think there's a correct way to react. Eleanor, I agree with the verdict, but I feel horrible for Buster. He lost everyone. That's a fair thing to feel. And hopefully he has that support network around him, as do all the other family members of people who lost a loved one, a family member, a friend in this tragic event. Killing. Mela logic, I believe the trip to Moselle sealed the deal. That might have been it. That really might have been it. There were so many things about this where the defense is presenting an argument and you're just sitting there questioning, is this a good move? Is this not a good move? Allowing them to go to the site, to the scene, and put themselves, because here's the thing, if they had an idea in their mind that Alex Murdaugh did this, imagine if that was their position prior to deliberation, prior to closing arguments. If that's what they thought, then them showing up at that scene and visualizing how the person they saw testifying did this, I can see that would be a reason to return a verdict pretty quick. And yeah, the defense was gung-ho on delivering. They were gung-ho on visiting the scene. The kennel video was critical. Early Cross tried to cast out. The kennel video ends up putting him down there. And that was the question that we saw resoundingly across all of the internet and across every single chat. The question was always, how does he get around being at that site, on that scene? How does he get around with lying about being down there minutes before the timeline relayed by the prosecution says that Maggie and Paul have passed? How does he get around that? And that very well could have been what did it. Kristen M96, I made what I thought was a snarky reply to your tweet that you needed a game plan if they came back during your live stream. Guess not so snarky. I was glad that I was paying attention to Twitter and kind of near my computer before starting my live stream. So thank you. Jamie Krantz, thank you. Christina, thank you very much. Where do they keep people until sentencing? He'll go back to the jail, not the prison. The prison is where he will be remanded to actually serve his sentence. He will go to the local or the county jail where he's being housed at the moment until he is sentenced, and then they will start the process of moving him to wherever he's going to spend the rest of his life. Trixie Red, thank you. I actually feel sad now for some reason. I don't know if he committed these crimes, though I've leaned strongly towards him being involved, but guilty doesn't feel right. I think this is fair. I think it's fair for people to have opinions on what they saw, and they don't have to line up with one side or the other. What I will say is that Mr. Murdaugh had a trial. He had a trial. He had 12 in the box that were adjudicating his innocence or guilt. He had representation of counsel. The decisions made by those attorneys are something we can debate on Monday morning quarterbacking. But in either event, he had this opportunity to have a defense and to put forward a defense. Is he going to appeal? Yes. Does every defendant appeal? Also, yes. Do appeals often win? No. So what I will say is the likelihood of something being overturned on appeal is not something that anyone should be really counting on here. I think that the appeal might have merit with some of the 404 evidence, but I don't know how much. C minor OP 67. Did Jim today give AM grounds to appeal because counsel? No. Incompetent counsel or ineffective assistive counsel is really a really high standard. There have been cases where an attorney was asleep during the trial. and that was not deemed ineffective assistance of counsel. So no, that's not ineffective assistance. Jillian Whelan, I was on the fence until rebuttal case and then was swayed towards guilty. As a scientist, I am open-minded skeptic and was begging Jim to convince me otherwise. I don't think even Jim thought Alex Murdaugh is not guilty. I will go back to my original thought process here, and that I don't think the closing arguments for either side, I don't think the closing arguments shifted the opinions of one side or the other. If anything shifted, I think it would have been the evidence that they heard. Alex Murdaugh taking the stand, other people doing everything else. So Jim's closing argument lacked a lot of what I wished he could have done, or anyone could have done. Pam Graham, law number 2 Hogan and EDB's chat today. I did. I also texted with him. It's pretty cool. Barney Cat, thank you. I think we miscalculated the bias of the jury going in. I'm sure they tried, but feelings seeped in. Feelings seep into every single trial, regardless of the circumstances. Feelings seep in for the attorneys. They seep in for the judges. They seep in for the parties, and they seep in for the jurors. So you try to divorce yourself from the emotions that you have, but it's impossible to do that. 100%. C minor OP 67. It's sad AM is guilty, but you wish he weren't. No. C minor OP. I'm not wishing he weren't guilty. I'm not. I have concerns with some of the evidence. I have serious concerns with some of the evidence gathering. That's where I am with this. So right now, I cannot question the judgment of this jury. They sat, they listened, they paid attention. Regarding the legal merits of a certain argument being made in one direction or the other, I think both sides gave me serious cause for concern. I think both sides did things that were distasteful to me. So no, I don't wish he were or were not guilty. Like I said, I don't have a dog in this fight. I am Cash. People should understand his family doesn't feel this was justice, and you could tell everyone saying justice was served doesn't understand that people who matter most don't feel vindicated, and that's huge. That's echoing a remark I made earlier. There's a moment where while during the trial, people who are family members are looking at the defendant and they are viewing this as something cathartic to them. But after that verdict is reached, they then have to reconcile and they go back to the loss of their loved one. And this verdict doesn't bring them back. So I think that it's difficult for people to handle. So then you can say that everyone serving justice was served didn't understand that people who matter the most don't feel vindicated. That's huge. It's a lot of people were emotionally invested in an outcome one way or the other. I tried my very best to keep my emotions out of it. I really did. Any appeal standing for lies to the grand jury? No. The indictment is not the evidence. The evidence is what actually results in the conviction. That was pretty horrible, the lies to the grand jury. But again, the indictment is not the evidence. The evidence is what convicted Mr. Murdaugh. Natalie Ball, defense closing was unbelievably difficult to understand and was not very good. I was more confused like the rebuttal lawyer. I was confused as well during that closing argument. Like I said, I thought closings weren't really great for either party or either side. CB, I feel sorry for Buster. His family is gone. Yes. Crumfelt, thank you very much. I had the reaction I've had in my own jury trial verdicts, which I didn't believe correct. I just pray someone close to me is never wrongly charged. I enjoy your channel and will continue to follow you. Crumfelt, I've really enjoyed your input throughout the entire trial, and I do hope you continue to follow. I'm not going to stop talking about a lot of this stuff. I think the big concern I had here was some of the investigative practices and some of the conclusions that were inferred from evidence that I didn't think really went as far as it did. But I'm not in that courtroom. I have been an attorney for cases where I think the judge got it wrong more times than I can count. And it's one of those things where this is the process. And it's difficult. It's difficult. I made the remark yesterday that every single person I've ever met and known, all of you, you are two bad facts or one bad fact and one inappropriate or miscalculated statement away from facing the wrong end of the criminal justice system. And that was not in reference to Mr. Murdaugh. It was not in reference to Alex Murdaugh. It was in reference to some of the arguments you see being made in other cases and some burden shifting that I am becoming very uncomfortable with, not in this case in particular, but in a lot of cases that I'm seeing right now. Yeah, so I'm going to keep talking about it. I am Cash. Thank you. I can't help but feel like the financial crimes tainted this case. That's possible. Island, thank you. I knew no outcome would feel like justice in this one, but this still feels so very bad. We need a Friday Night Frenzy palate cleanser. Well, the good news is we don't have to talk about Murdaugh and Friday Night Frenzy. So I have to catch up on some of the other stuff that happened in law this week. I know Sam Bankman-Fried has some additional charges. We'll talk about that too. 9 Inch Nails guy, gal with our eyes, Bert. Yeah, with our eyes. We saw it. Carrie Sutton, thank you. I don't think the state proved their case in a lot of missing evidence, but him being there before the murders makes it hard to think it wasn't him. That, I think, is a fair assessment. That's a fair assessment. Susan Faria, so sorry, I didn't mean to be disrespectful. Perhaps should stay away from the internet while taking painkillers, isolated, and being extra sensitive. Susan, you were not being extra sensitive. I think that everyone is allowed to have emotions in this particular case. You're allowed to have emotions and feel this way. It's about being respectful to one another when we do that. That's it. You can disagree. I very, very much believe that common sense and civil discussion needs to re-enter the chat, period. And not just the chat that I'm talking about here. I'm talking about the conversation that generally is had in public discourse. It is too easy for people to say, I disagree and you're wrong for disagreeing with me. It's too easy. These discussions, especially the hard discussions, they need to happen. Hard discussions need to take place, and adults need to have these discussions and need to act like adults, not like kids. But thank you, Susan Ferry, and I hope you're okay. Take some time. Those painkillers, those can be kind of brutal. Nicholas, thank you very much, my friend. My guess at the end was a hung jury or guilty because of the year-long campaign from the prosecution, but I expect deliberations to take longer than a dump and a shower. It was quick. That was quick. I did not see an under 3-hour deliberation. Jen B, thank you. Plot twist. Could Alex Murdaugh now confess hiring a hitman for Maggie and Paul? Is it too late for him to tell everything he knows? The jury found him guilty. It doesn't matter if he confesses. The confession doesn't mean anything at that point in time. The jury found him guilty because at that point in time, if he confesses to killing somebody else, it's a self-serving statement. What does it do? Or as if he confesses to hiring someone, it's a self-serving statement. The jury weighed his credibility and found him guilty. Shamal, the kennel video, the killer, would have thought about it for a long time. Comment as well as Ms. Blanca and Ms. Shelley's testimony are what swayed me. That's fair. That's fair. Those three elements, we've thought about it for a long time. I didn't put much weight in. The kennel video was a question that needed to be answered. It needed to be answered, and I don't think it was appropriately answered or explained. And when I say it needed to be answered, technically speaking, no, it didn't need to be answered as a legal matter. But from a practical standpoint, for a juror, I can see why the juror would need that to be answered in order to reconcile how they got to that conclusion. LC Farm, Alec was on the stand, was still better than Amber Heard. I'm not going to disagree. Techium, obstruction of justice for lying about the whereabouts. The obstruction of justice claim frustrated me because you're not really allowed to make that argument. That was kind of impermissive, but I don't think it, like I said, I don't think it mattered one direction or the other. So we'll see. All right. Looks like Creighton Waters is gearing up to give a comment. Kristen TM, thank you very much for the very generous super chat. Embarrassed how emo I got. He's a horrible person who victimized many. Doesn't equal murder. I don't think the state proved it. I want to believe he loves his family. Can't imagine being convicted of something that horrible if you didn't do it. Too much of a bleeding heart. Kristen, I think that's a fair, you're allowed to feel how you feel. I will say that these cases are tough and they force tough questions. All right, let me do this. Let me pull this up.
This courthouse. a lot of a year and a half, nearly 2 years of blood, sweat, and tears, it feels like. A lot of hard work from so many people. So if you will just bear with me, there's there's a lot of people I have to thank. But first, those of you who don't know, I'm Alan Wilson. I'm South Carolina's Attorney General, and I got the best staff of any Attorney General in the United States of America. I want to start by thanking our prosecution team. I want to tell you, I've been here for nearly 6 weeks with this team, living in a hotel, and it felt almost like being in a dorm environment in college. Late nights, cramming, studying, little sleep, away from our families, getting up early, getting here to the courthouse, working long hours, getting on each other's nerves at times, but it was all worth it. It was all worth it because we got to bring justice and be a voice for Maggie and Paul Murdaugh and bring justice for the people of South Carolina. I'd like to start real briefly by thanking our team. First, excuse me, let me put my glasses on. Our chief prosecutor, I tell you, I appointed Creighton Waters to be the chief prosecutor of this case nearly a year and a half ago. And I want to say I'm pretty brilliant because I picked the right guy. And I want to say thank you to Creighton Waters.
I'm pretty brilliant.
Creighton did a fantastic job. I don't think there's another attorney in the state of South Carolina that could have led this Herculean effort. But Creighton will be the first to tell you he didn't do it alone because he had a team of people. I want to first thank Don Zelinka, who is actually Creighton's boss. He is the Deputy Attorney General, been in the Attorney General's office for over 40 years, sitting here to my immediate left. Don Zelinka, thank you so much. John Meadors, many of you got to see him do the closing argument today. John, thank you. You've been a phenomenal add to our team. I'm going to go quickly through the names, but as I read the names, please raise your hand. You know Creighton, you saw Don, and you see John. David Fernandez, John Conrad, Johnny James, Savannah Gowd.
That is a hell of a prosecution team.
Shane Aceto.
My
Carly
word.
Jewell. Yes. Carson Burney. Yes. Danielle Colon. Yes. And our victims advocate, Trisha Allen. Yes. I also want to say thank you to the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division. Mark Keel assigned some amazing men and women. And when I say it was an agency-wide effort on behalf of SLED, I can't underscore that part enough. Every time I called Chief Keel, every time I reached out to the lead agents, every time Creighton was asking me, hey, General, we need something from SLED, we would reach out to SLED, and they were there. They busted their butts. I can't begin to list every agent, and some can't be listed for obvious reasons. Some are standing up here tonight. I told them I wasn't going to mention their names, but we would not be here if it wasn't for SLED. And I want to thank Mark Keel and his team and all of the men and women across the entire State Law Enforcement Division for what they did to make tonight a possibility. Amen. I also want to thank the FBI and the Secret Service, our federal partners. We had to utilize many of their assets and resources. We couldn't do all the things that we did without our federal partners. We had a lot of local partners. We had the Colleton County Sheriff's Department, Buddy Hill, Sheriff Hill and his team providing the security. They did a phenomenal job.
Anyone else feeling uncomfortable with this press conference?
On June 7th, 2021, when Maggie and Paul were butchered brutally, they were the first responders, and they were the first ones to be there. The Charleston County Sheriff's Office, the Orangeburg County Sheriff's Office were instrumental in supporting our investigative efforts. You all know Kenny Kinsey, our chief crime scene expert, was with the Orangeburg Sheriff's Office. I also want to thank the city of Walterboro. I think the mayor is here somewhere.
Oh, God.
The police department, they provided security. Thank you. This whole community has embraced our entire team, and I cannot thank you enough. We've all been away from our families, 2 hours away from our families for the past 2 months. And it's this community that made us, we would walk into restaurants and people would come up and thank us. You know, you don't have any idea how good that makes people feel when they're under an incredible amount of stress, an incredible amount of scrutiny, and this community really embraced us.
Oh, Jesus.
I want to thank the Colleton County Clerk of Court, Becky Hill, and her entire team and their staff. I don't know.
Guys, I can't do the clapping. I can't do the clapping. I can't do the cheering. I can't do the clapping. Oh my God. Goodbye, Mr. Politician. I just felt dirty. That felt bad. That nothing about that felt right. No, nothing about that felt right. I don't care how you felt about the verdict. That felt bad. Because that's not a thank you moment. That's not a that moment. That's not a fucking politicians. Every freaking one of them. Any other questions that he's an elected position? He made one comment about justice. I don't even think he said Maggie and Paul's name. I don't even think he said Maggie and Paul's name. And this is something. It's not that. I want to pull this one up. Why so negatively affected by someone making the effort that went into this case visible? It's not what I'm. That's not what I'm. I've seen more of these press conferences than you could possibly imagine. And these are moments where you can highlight the people that assisted in the investigation. You can highlight the people that brought you there. You can highlight everyone that did their fucking best job at examining witnesses, at building that case. You know what? That's right. That remark is right. Here, I'll give the speech he should give. I want to highlight all of the efforts that were put in by the attorneys, putting countless hours into reviewing the evidence of a case that the investigation was ongoing for a long period of time. There wasn't a whole lot that we had to work with. The attorneys spent countless hours reviewing videotape, testimony and evidence, and deposition transcripts. And they prepared their case diligently, and they put forward the best case that they could that was aimed at achieving justice for the two victims of these horrible murders, Maggie and Paul Murdaugh. It is never a happy day when we walk out of a courtroom after these verdicts, but it is a relief to be able to tell everyone that we believe firmly that justice was reached in this case. My heart goes out and the sympathies go out for all of the families affected by the loss here. And my heart goes out doubly so for everyone that was affected by this trial in one way or another. The financial victims of Mr. Murdaugh, while they might not have received closure in this trial, this wasn't the opportunity for them to receive that closure. We are still pursuing those financial crimes and will continue to prosecute Mr. Murdaugh to the full extent of the law. This case could not have been brought to fruition without the efforts of all of the attorneys that were involved, without the witnesses that were brave enough to come forward and give fair and honest testimony in the face of cameras and public scrutiny. The jury that had to sit there for 6 weeks of testimony, who gave their time and effort to listen sincerely to the things that were being presented to them in the way of evidence, and who we believe, as the state of South Carolina, reached the fair and just result. That is the speech that gets given after something like this. That's the speech. It's not a fucking Oscars. That's so disgustingly frustrating. I had so many thoughts when he did that cross-examination, or he did the direct examination of the last witness during the rebuttal case. And I've made my thoughts pretty clear. The appearance of the elected attorney general questioning a single witness in this trial, and that witness being the very last witness before this case goes to the jury, that tells you all you need to know. He might have been there supporting. He might have been there in the background. He might have been there for the 6 weeks prior, or all of the time leading up to this. He might have appointed every prosecutor for doing that. But yeah. This entire trial was so freaking much about people doing things for their own interests. Well, South Carolina, there's your Attorney General. There's your AG. I'm not going to watch it because I'll throw up. Creighton just called it Super Bowl. I'm not going to watch it. It's not a fucking Super Bowl. It's not a Super Bowl. This is a fucking murder trial. Oh, I'm not crying about that. He's guilty. I'm not crying about that. I'm not bitching about that. I'm bitching about the politician that is getting up there and making this about him and not about the victims. That is what I'm bitching about. I'm bitching about the politician who said, "This is my victory. Please clap for me." Not about the victims of the crime. Yeah, that's the problem I have with it. So that's the frustrating part, because he got up and he basically did the direct examination of the last witness in the trial, and why a lot of people had suspicions, and I kind of was inclined to agree with them. An elected politician, the state attorney general, doesn't present themselves in the trial, especially not at the very end of the trial, unless they feel like they're going to win. That's it. So that gave you a very good indication of how the state felt their case was going. So that's that. Am I going to watch this when I have the opportunity to curse profusely? Perhaps. I don't know. Who knows? So yeah, either way. It's frustrating. Okay. Now that that's behind us, and Mr. Wilson gets his little applause, you know, Creighton Waters believed that damn case. He really believed that case, and he fought hard for that. I disagreed with a lot of how he argued, but he really did fight for that case. A lot of the prosecutors did. You know, you saw hard fought attorneys that were argued every ounce they had in this case. It's a tough job. So, yes, I would say they should feel something. I don't know that I would be sitting there feeling overjoyed. And personally, when I won a case that was really hard like that, this is weird feeling. It's a weird feeling where you just have this conflicted, do I feel good? Do I feel bad? Am I allowed to feel good or bad? You're allowed to, and you kind of have to reconcile that internal processes. Oh my God, and I'm getting reports. He finally mentioned, how long we've been going on this? 20 minutes on the after speech. He finally mentioned the victims, but not by name. He mentioned the victims. And he says he's available to the media if you want to talk to me or us. Yeah. So never underestimate a politician. That goes for Alex Murdaugh and Chris Wilson, apparently. My word. My word. So that's what that was. Let's do this. We're going to catch up on questions, and then we'll try to wrap up. Final thoughts. And I imagine we'll mention a comment or two here and there, but honestly, that little press conference pissed me off enough that I kind of don't really want to watch anymore. I was watching this trial intently and watching the evidence and trying my very best to gauge it impartially with both sides. But oh my God, Oh, that's just ugh, ugh, ugh. Okay. Mellow logic, state prison now, or is federal penitentiary a possibility? If the feds come in and charge the financials, then the state would still, well, they got the state conviction for the murders. That's state. It's state. That's where he's going to be. Sarah Lee, thank you. What kind of timeline can be constructed without time of death? They have no true time of when these people died. Fingers in armpits. Sarah Lee, that was an argument that the jury was presented with, and the 12 of them unanimously decided the time of death was as related and argued by the prosecution. They believe the time of death was when those phones silenced together and when the activity on the phones stopped. So yeah, that's what the jury found. Sandra Ramirez, I wonder if the old Money South legacy family played into their decision. In this part of the country, I've noticed a succinct dislike of these families because they tend to have their illegal activities swept under the rug. I can't imagine it didn't weigh into consideration a little bit, especially when we heard evidence about it, the abuse of power and the blue lights and the badge being shown to get their weight around. I cannot imagine that did not play as a factor. The BioExplorer, thank you. Most of us do not want to think anyone could kill their family. Statistics sadly show otherwise. It's quite often a close family member. I think statistically that's accurate. Ashley King, thank you. Why can't they reform trials and judges to make it favor defendants more to overcome burden shifting? Presumption of innocence is not a thing anymore. Ashley, this is something that is just, it has existed for a long time. And to be honest, the U.S. system is kind of unique in this regard. They were one of the first systems to kind of put that burden on the state rather than on the defense after an accusation is made. It's something we've struggled with for decades and will continue to do so. The neurodivergent counselor, thank you very much. Buster's reaction hit me hard because I had to watch, hug, comfort one of my tiny humans this afternoon because we had to tell her that she wouldn't be going home. And the social worker would be picking her up. Their reactions were similar and it hit me hard. The neurodivergent counselor, I am sorry for that. I have been in those conversations and there is no easy way to handle that. And that's why I say that there's no way to gauge a reaction. It's not fair to do that because when you see that blank look come across their face, you don't know what's going on underneath the surface. I'm very sorry that you had to do that today. And my well wishes go out to that poor child who has to face a very hard reality. Jay-Z, thank you very much. I thought Alex Murdaugh was guilty of lying and white-collar crimes, but I missed the proof beyond a reasonable doubt he pulled the trigger, or did I? Exhausted. It's the evidence was there. I mean, it was there. You could get there. So C minor OP 67. No, I said you wish he weren't, meaning all of us. Oh, yes. Okay, yes. I didn't mean that. I was just making the comment that I like people being respectful in the chat. I have found that all of your remarks, C minor OP, have been fantastic and productive. And yeah, thank you. Thank you. Magical Mary, thank you. I was not guilty and do feel sad. I had a friend who was wrongfully convicted and truth didn't come out and name cleared until after he was out of prison, 17 years. I've done a lot of Innocence Project cases that I've seen or covered. And some of the stuff that comes out is pretty remarkable and pretty sad. I don't know if this is one of them. I don't. I mean, the jury heard the evidence. They convicted him. But I will say that other cases, it's the justice system scary. Baby Gator, thank you. I laid down for a nap after EDB stream and woke up to a verdict. Was not expecting it this quick. Neither was I. Lady Drake, thank you. OJ Simpson comments weren't on my bingo card. Yeah. OJ went on Twitter. If you guys want to see that, that's on my Twitter. He gave some remarks. Just every single time this trial was like, every single time I reached the conclusion that this trial could not get any wilder. This trial came back and was like, hold my beer. Yep. Wild. Haley Lewis, thank you. Yes, that's it. That is it. Burden shifting is scary. Burden shifting is something that happens quite a bit, and public perceptions of trials can definitely alter that. And that part, I want to try and at least keep people focused on viewing evidence in a neutral fashion to the extent they can until all the evidence is heard. In this case, you heard all of the evidence, and so did the jury. They heard tons of evidence. Whether they believed it, whether the evidence was circumstantial or direct, they reached 12 of them, unanimously reached the decision of guilty. Alex Murdaugh is guilty of these charges. And that's just a fact. He is guilty because the jury found him guilty. So, Michael Drum, after the verdict, shouldn't the jury's identity still be sealed, or does it become public? I think Law and Crime showed the jury when Alex was walking out. We saw the quick clip of the jury. Technically speaking, the order to keep their names anonymous, or to keep them anonymous, is an order that extends to the jurisdiction of South Carolina and for those in the courtroom. Juries are not usually anonymous, and their identities are not usually protected. It's only by order of the court. I think that was a slip up. I imagine a lot of the jurors are really talking to the media. I would not be surprised if there's comments given right now. We'll probably see reporting the next day or so. Rollerbot Creator, thank you. Watched 12 Angry Men this weekend. Wish there was someone in the jury that would have voted not guilty, at least long enough to talk through and make sure there was enough actual proof of guilt. Like I said, it was a fast verdict. It came back real quick. It doesn't mean they got it wrong. It just means it came back quick. Doesn't mean that's what it is. They're allowed, they are the jury. It's their show at that point. Lindsay, thank you. Having been in positions extremely similar to Buster, I can say that I felt mostly relief that we could start figuring out how to move on, even with the horrific personal situation in our family. One of two. Two of two. Nobody can know how hellacious it is to be in a purgatory of an investigation and trial unless you had to do it. Lindsay, thank you for sharing that. That is a very true observation. At the very least, no matter which side of this case you're on, closure is closure, and closure is something that people need in order to help move on. And this is an element of closure for Buster, for Maggie's family, for all of the other family members of the community. This is a first step towards them moving beyond this trial and all of this stuff that's circled that community. Lindsay Antes, thank you. Have to wonder if the outcome would have been different with the juror who got dismissed this morning. How pro-defense was she enough to hold out? We don't know. We really don't know. It could have just been for say. I don't know. There was reporting that juror was going around saying how they thought Alex was innocent. I don't know how valid that reporting is, and I don't know if they would have held out. And I don't even know if it was true or not what was being said. Nikki, thank you. If Alex Murdaugh actually did do this, he's convicted of doing this. It's sad he allowed his brother and friends to see his son and wife in that condition and the mess that SLED left behind. Thank you for all you do. This is a mess entirely. I don't think this is something, and that was what bothered me about that press conference. That was very much a little too grandstandy for my taste. Electric Glide 704, thank you. Regardless of this case, I feel the verbal banter and verbal jousting in the confines of the law very interesting. Maybe I just like watching controlled arguing. That's why I cover these trials. People have been asking for my impression of did he do this or did he not? And I have made the comment remarkably, I don't know. And I don't think I add anything there because I'm not a savant. I don't know what happened in that day. I can just give you analysis of why evidence comes in or it doesn't, and what the risk is in certain evidence being presented, and what the standard of proof is, the beyond a reasonable doubt standard, and how it is or is not being met. That's, and I do like the arguing. That's where I can add commentary. Stitching with the sisterlies, thank you. What made guilty for me was Alex taking the stand and lying. Also lying about not at the dog stalls. He sunk himself. That's a fair assessment. That's a fair assessment. You're allowed to get to there, and I think that the jury did too. I mean, I don't even think the jury did too. Jillian Whelan, thank you very much. Did you watch the behavior panel's vid on Alex Murdaugh testimony? They describe it as masterclass in deception the last 3 minutes. I haven't been able to watch that. I've been kind of covering a lot of the trial itself while working simultaneously and making sure that I'm getting my client stuff done. It's been difficult. I am very much looking forward to actually being able to use like all parts of my brain on like one thing. That'd be really great. Robin Silver, thank you. I'm with you, Rob. Regardless of the outcome and opinion, Maggie and Paul are gone, and the family have to walk through the trial of grief. Thank you for your coverage. Thank you, Robin Silver. Very much appreciated. Haley Lewis, thank you very much. I knew the celebration was coming, but doesn't sit right with me. I didn't like the clapping and the cheering. Hola, Kyle. This is a reminder the state has nearly unlimited funds and is not afraid to use it against you. That is a big prosecution team. That's a big team of prosecutors. Nine Inch Nails Gal, thank you very much. Could this guy's ego get any bigger? This leaves a bad taste in my mouth. Big noting themselves so much. Oh, Sled busted their butt, huh? Yeah, the call out for Sled and their great investigation was a little bit weird to me. Especially because the OnStar data, if Sled was so good at their investigation that the attorneys did an amazing job, which I mean, I know they worked hard. Where was the subpoena for OnStar, and why did it take until mid-trial for OnStar to show up and say, oh, no, we have it? Or GM, rather. I was curious. Catherine Clark, thank you very much. Thanks for the empathy and insights. Really appreciate how you bring everything back to protecting the process. I forget the comment, but there was something you said in EDB's chat today that called for a deferred super chat. Catherine, thank you very much. I appreciate you being here, and I appreciate that observation. I really do focus on this process. Is it perfect? No. Does it reach bad results? Absolutely. Is it better than anything else that we've been able to come up with? Yes. And it deserves protection. It deserves advocates for the process, people that are there to explain it and articulate how things are supposed to go and what they're supposed to be. Because you need someone explaining when things are going poorly or correctly and highlighting contrary narratives are not bad. Contrary narratives are good. The adversarial process is designed for this. It's designed on the concept and the premise that the fair and just result is reached when you have two opposing forces arguing in opposite directions with equal fervor. It is the true test of the hottest fires yield the strongest metals. And I very much appreciate and respect this process, and I will continue to argue every time I can to keep this process pure or to work towards some version of purity. Bear in the Woods, thank you very much. Pop the champagne and get the red panties. We got away with it, baby. I just didn't like the remarks. Live, laugh, bark. Thank you. Jillian Whelan, 2 people are dead and shouldn't be. Don't celebrate Attorney General. Fair. CB, thank you. This is weird as hell. It was. Chelsea Jones, this isn't the Oscars. What is this? Yep. I did not like the remarks. Scotty Cat Mom, thank you. I'm a survivor of someone who was murdered. We got justice, but I'd still be mad to see the prosecutors behave like this. I think I know that people in my chat and other chats around the internet on this particular case have been very divided. Very, very divided. I'm pretty sure that press conference rubbed everyone the wrong way. So I am not surprised about that. Buru Berries, thank you very much. Feels like a speech after a sports event. Icky. Yep, kind of did. Chelsea Jones, this is why people hate politicians. That was gross. It was. Brandon Shelton, thank you. I'm local, and local news is reporting that Alex Murdaugh turned around to Buster as he was getting handcuffed and mouthed, "I'm sorry, I love you." That's possible. And the sorry doesn't necessarily mean he's sorry that he says he's doing it. It could mean any number of things. How many times do you apologize that your child got put through something? I'm sorry for Buster. Like that's I don't care what this kid did in his own life, sitting in that courtroom and watching one of your parents face trial for killing your other parent and your sibling. How do you do that? I don't know. Diana B, thank you. I get the press wanted a conference, but ick. Mm-hmm. CB, I'd like to thank my mother for having me and my dad for helping. I mean, yeah. Bonnie Nomanson, thank you. Very uncomfortable. I don't have a lot of confidence in Sled's investigation. It was Alex's testimony and the timeline that bit him in the butt. It was a sad moment for the family, period. I'm agreeing with you on that. Haley Lewis, thank you very much. If it was about justice, it was about taking Alec down. It was about justice, it was about taking Alec down. No. I am going to push back a little bit on this one, Haley. It's not your entire sentence. The first sentence, the first part I agree with. The prosecution is allowed to, they're allowed to go and say this was about justice. This was about justice. That's what they can say. About taking Alec down, it's not really what this is about. This isn't about taking someone down, especially if it's in the context of grander financial schemes or how much he abused the community and did all of these things. This trial was about the murder of 2 people. And that was the part I really got frustrated with, was there's a time and a place. And this particular trial was the time and place for the adjudication of guilt for the killing of Paul and Maggie. And Alex was found guilty of doing those things. It is about justice, but it's about justice for Paul and Maggie. It's not about taking someone down. I know that people can have a differing opinion, but the justice system and the trial system is not, that's not a proper goal of that system, and it can't be. Because if it ends up becoming a sword to smite the wrongdoers of any society, then it's a sword that can be wielded in either direction against anyone at a whim. And that's a scary prospect. That's a scary prospect. 9 Inch Nails Gal, thank you. I'd rather rewatch Brooks entire than continue with that eye twitch. I guess you need to make sure he gets it in next term. Possible. Zachary's mama, I feel like they're dancing on someone's grave. Disgusting. I don't disagree. Kelly Suggs, I'm going to go wash off now. I feel dirty. That wasn't about the victims and their families. I'm not disagreeing with you. Ryan, I want to see how the AG is going to fix SLED. I don't think he has any intention. I think that was kind of a statement that SLED did their job. We can have differing opinions on that. Denise Foreman, thank you. Awful speech. The clapping. 2 people died. I agree. Denise, your speech is on point. Thank you, Denise. I've seen enough of these. LC Farm, thank you for cleaning that up, Rob. I needed to hear you after that travesty. It taints so much. Thank you. A. O'Connor, thank you so much. What about the civil suits? There are many people out of money, loads of money, because he swindled them. You're right. Those civil suits can be brought, but I don't know that there's anything to recover. This is where the trial system reaches something that just is reality. And I don't know that civil suits will ever actually bring money back into the fold for the people that lost that money. I know the insurance policies have basically been sued left, right, and center. So we'll just have to keep tracking that. We'll see. Brandon Shelton, thank you. As a South Carolina resident, can confirm the AG is a cornball. Okay. Jono, thank you. Classless state interview. I feel sick. 2 folks are dead. A young man lost his whole family. Other families are ruined. The state take the smirk off. This is not a football game. I agree with that remark. Jessica, you're better off. I imagine that's with regard to me not watching it. They just did a plug for Kind Bars. They're disgusting. Okay. Melissa, save yourself. Don't watch it. Not watching it. KDO, he's only our AG because he was the only choice. His brothers are in our Congress, and his other brother is the owner of Palmetto State Armory. Interesting. Why is it always like these interconnected? I mean, politicians, they just become politicians, and that's where they stay, and it's always the politicians. From someone who lives in DC or just outside DC, I can tell you, just they are a special breed. They really are. Boppet, thank you. Rob, please never use your humanity. We love you for it. Thank you, Boppet. Very much appreciated. Michael Wakula, Alan Wilson is the worst. I could tell stories, but that's not all politicians. I'm sure you get that. 1 second here. Let me do this. Dun, dun, dun. Sorry, losing focus just for one moment. Brief recap. Think if interested. Okay. Michael Wakula. Alan Wilson is the worst. I could tell stories, but that's not all politicians. I'm pretty sure you get that. I do get that. Not all politicians are that way. I've just been around too many. I've had too many interactions with politicians. They are all... I've never seen a creature that's more focused on their own self-preservation. Maureen Griffin, thank you very much. Last witness from the AG was absolutely grandstanding. I thought I had an opinion as to why the AG presented themselves, and I think that the AG did that. If the AG didn't believe that their case was going to a guilty verdict, I don't think you would have seen the AG do that examination or do that direct examination. So that's all I'll say there. Jillian Whelan, no one wins in a murder trial. 2 people are dead for Fs. I learned what FFS means. I learned what that acronym meant. It's my first time. I love the acronym. For fuck's sake. That's the acronym. Yep. Lisa Stallings, that's the power of the state. It is. It's a very powerful entity. But it is, but it's also one of those why I like courtrooms. I love courtrooms. I love courtrooms because the state's a powerful entity, but you know what's just as powerful? The words that come out of my mouth in opposition to that argument. Courtrooms can be places where people can square off against massive powers. Now, financial resources go an additional length and can make things more or less complicated. But at least in that courtroom, sometimes you can score some points. Lisa Marie, thank you very much. Let's see. Jay-Z, thank you. I was a poli-sci major and the AG made my stomach turn. Did. So Kat Yarba, yes, I totally agree with the AG. Rob, sickening. Yeah. Guj Grant, thank you very much. You know, these people are pleased they took down Alex Murdaugh. They are pleased they took him down. They are very pleased they did that. They did. I wish they would be a little bit more pleased at getting the justice for Paul and Maggie. That was my thing. Let me see. Yes, I can. 1 second. Let me see this. Shemal, the investigation was horrible. The AG hyping them up. Do better. Interesting. Dreamscape. For fuck's sake, Rob. Today's my birthday. Can you say happy birthday in your Southern gentleman accent? Well, Dreamscape, I do very much wish you a very, very happy birthday. I hope you had a wonderful, wonderful day that was not tainted by a trial that took place in Colleton County, South Carolina, involving the murder of 2 individuals. I do enjoy, or I hope that you enjoyed some cake and festivities on the day of your birth. So that is my dearest hope for your birthday and all of the birthdays that were celebrated this very fine day. Shamal, thank you very much. Jennifer Ensminger O'Neill, I probably butchered that name. You've never had justice served against such an atrocity and felt such elation afterwards. Elation, Jennifer? No. Maybe that's just me. I don't know. I bet Emily has thoughts on it too. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. You might feel relief. You might feel relief. I think that's probably the big thing because you're so stressed in that moment. You are running on adrenaline, very likely no sleep, very likely no food, coffee and water, but not enough. And when the result is reached and it becomes the fair result, you might feel relief. I've cried after decisions, like in the privacy of my own home, like when I get home, like, and you just feel that relief wash over you. But I don't think I've ever celebrated. It's tough. It's a tough position to be in. I don't know. That's just me. Laura Mont, right there with you. Thank you, Rob. Or right there with you, Rob. Infuriating press conference. Let's pull in EDB and fluff our auras. I'm just chilling. We're good. Kay Collins, thank you for saying this. I agree. Thank you, Kay. Nikki Dykes, thank you very much. Chris, thank you. Chat in bubble getting opinions from attorneys, unlike jury. So pompous people should stop pretending they're correct opinions, not influenced by attorneys on YouTube. Chat in the bubble getting opinions from attorneys, unlike the jury. So pompous people should stop pretending they're correct opinions or not influenced by attorneys on YouTube. Chris, I don't know if I did anything to make you upset. I give my interpretation of what I see in. I don't think my opinion is worth anything more than anyone that's watching. Just giving you guys explanations on the legal merits of something or not. I think I bring something to bear. I've been a trial attorney for 12 years. So That's a fair. Okay. Thank you for being here and for the super chat. Necrotic, thank you for the question. During the trial, the defense opened a couple of doors for the prosecution. If it had been a hung jury in retrial, would those doors stay open? Technically, no. Each trial and the evidence adduced at that trial is viewed independently of anything else. Now, there's a caveat there. Testimony that's given in a setting of a sworn testimony. Testimony can be used in cross-examination to impeach the testimony of a witness that gives a later conflicting statement. For example, if there was something that was adduced at trial or testified to at trial that was as a result of the defense opening the door, that testimony is still sworn testimony. And to the extent that the witness that gave that testimony at a later trial testifies in conflict to that or differently from that, then the testimony from the first trial can be used to impeach their credibility in the second trial. So that's the caveat to that response. Kristen Reeves, thank you. You and EDB should speak better. No one wins. You and EDB could speak better. No one wins. I don't think any winners. There's no winners in these trials. There's a technical winner. When I made the comment, the state won. The state does win. It's a technical winner. But you don't jump up and down and say, woohoo, look at what we did. Robin Silver, thank you very much. Thank you, Rob. The press conference is so unseemly. This was not the proper, was not a paper chase, but double homicide. Yuck. That's my opinion. That's just my opinion. WW. James from court thought at least 3 of the jurors are hunters or gun owners. Having them at the scene may have helped speed deliberations along. That's possible. You guys asked me a while back. People asked me when I was saying that I didn't know that the state was getting there with their evidence. They asked me, well, you're so pro-defense. I said, no, I think that is there a way that this could have done or this could have been done? And I think I gave my speculation. The funny thing about that is that Mr. Griffin relayed that speculation as a possibility in his own closing argument. The speculation that essentially a single shooter, Alex Murdaugh in this instance, would essentially shoot Paul, feign bringing the weapon, or feign that it was an accidental discharge. Paul would then come out or start walking out as Alex was saying, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Then would lead down, pretending to put the gun down, fire at that awkward angle, and then would go and get the other weapon. That ends up kind of being conveyed during that closing argument, which was kind of odd. I don't know that Jim Griffin was the proper person to do that, but at the very least, I let my mind go to the different places of where I could find guilt or not. But if there was a hunter there, or if there was a shooter there, maybe they would have thought through that process. I don't know. LC Farm, thank you. This will make a great Trials of the Century. Looking forward to it already. No, I think covering this trial once was good enough for me. Once is good enough. Yeah. Zachary's mama, thank you. With media and internet being so on all the time, sequestered juries are more important than ever. I think that was first of many issues. I don't know that sequestering a jury for 6 weeks is going to get you a different outcome, especially if the sequester was at the request of, in this hypothetical, if the defense requested that the jury be sequestered, I think you might instead of a 3-hour verdict, you might get a 2-hour verdict or a 1-hour verdict. So I don't know. I will say that media coverage has been interesting on this one. The thing is, with the media coverage, I can't stop that there's media coverage on a case. What I can do is try to balance out that coverage to the extent that I can by, rather than giving hypotheticals, I can talk about the testimony. I can talk about the boring stuff, the court stuff. That's what I like talking about, period. So, I don't know. We'll see. Sunshine, thank you. Prosecution, insufficient evidence. Plus, hard to conceive Alex Murdaugh pulled the trigger. Crime suggests drug cartel hit cover-up for bigger network. Alex Murdaugh, fall guy, Patsy. Sunshine, like I said, people are going to have speculations about this trial, this outcome, and what took place. And the saddest part about a lot of this is I think a lot of people wanted this trial to give them answers, like answers as to the why and all of it. And this trial just didn't yield that. The investigation didn't provide that. They presented the narrative that ended up convicting Alex Murdaugh, that these financial crimes were a storm, but going into his mind and trying to imagine what it was he was thinking in that moment, we won't know. We can't know. And the state put on evidence throughout that 6 weeks of trial that was intended to get the jury to put themselves there. And they did. I mean, the jury reached a verdict in under 3 hours. So Alex Murdaugh is guilty. He just is. Jules, I started to watch the case after Mark Jensen case. I've had no feeling either way as I watched, but especially after Alex Murdaugh testimony, I'm guilty. A lot of people reached that conclusion as well. For me, Alex Murdaugh did not do himself favor by taking the stand. I thought that was not the right call. It was not the right move to take the stand. I thought that, if anything, the state's case was stronger when Alex Murdaugh got off the stand. That's not how that's supposed to go. It's not how that's supposed to go. I was rather vocal. I was rather vocal when he took the stand about how perhaps unwise that was. Would it have changed the outcome of the case? I don't know. Sarah Bellum, thank you. Rob, thank you for covering these tough topics with grace, humanity, and sensitivity. I think he probably had some involvement, but not sure he pulled the trigger. Regardless, I feel for Buster and family. Well, you're allowed to form that conclusion. I will say that he has been convicted of doing just that, pulling those triggers. That's what he was convicted of, beyond a reasonable doubt, by a jury of 12. So that's the outcome of this trial. Emily Outdoors. Oh, Rob, your emotion gets me right in the heart. Thank you for your commentary. As always, thank you, Emily. I very much appreciate that. Joy Daily Gaming. The DA, etc., did this for Brooks as well. I don't know if it's gross or just poor form. To be honest, I also felt guilty, but at the same time, it feels wrong. I remember watching the DA's speech after that, and there was commentary about the efforts put into the case, but it didn't feel that way. Does that make sense? When the DA in the Brooks case, the DA was very, very clear that a lot of what the DA was saying was aimed at justice for the community, because that crime in that case, the Brooks case, involved someone driving an SUV through a parade in the community. It's a little bit different. And I also thought that press conference was handled with a lot more grace. I think the kudos and the applause were given for the magical Mr. Puppers, the dog who was there as the emotional support dog. Just this one felt a little bit different, and it kind of bothered me. Haley Lewis, thank you very much. Texting was wrong, but you are correct in explaining the text. Oh, that was in regard to the other remark. I think that you were fair in your original assessment. I just think that the justice part was the focus. The bringing Alex down, I thought, was a little bit different. But thank you, Haley, and thank you for the continued contributions and thoughts and sharing your opinion in this. Thank you very much. Laura Christine, thank you for the very generous super chat. Thank you for spending the trial with us. So appreciate your input. Laura, I very much like the opportunity to do this. I personally love teaching. I love teaching and sharing my thoughts. It's not easy, especially with hard topics. But one of the things that the law school training and the trial training one of the things that comes with being a trial attorney is learning how to take a sentence that could be viewed by someone in one way, rephrase it, and try to explain something that's complicated in a more concise way. So thank you for being here, Laura, and thank you for that very generous super chat. Cindy Calderon, thank you. On a much needed lighter note, will we get to hear about your and Ian's trip to the Gunnies on Friday Night Frenzy? Yep. We had a great time. I got to hang out with a rhinoceros. It was cool. It separated me from the rhinoceros by some chicken wire. That was also cool, but scary. But not like when it came, it was like, I want to just hang out with you, Mr. Rob. The rhino came walking over, and I was like, this is cool. But then realizing that rhino was like 3,000 pounds, and I'm not 3,000 pounds, and it was separated. There was a little chicken wire between us. It was fun. We had a great time. Yeah, we'll talk about it tomorrow. Jay Cool, thank you very much. Very much appreciated. Kaylin Moore, thank you. EDB may be interested in joining you if invited. She just was wondering if you were live on her stream. Yes, I'm live. Yes, I sent her an invite in case she does wrap up. I know that she's got her live stream going. I try to keep these things to 2 hours. I don't really succeed that often. I will get through the super chats. I'll give you some final thoughts, and then I will bid you guys good evening. And you guys can part ways and go watch whomever you would like to. I know Peter is live as well. I have a redirect set up for Peter's stream as soon as I get this all wrapped up. Shaylin Flores, thank you. This case bothers me. I think he's probably guilty, but that's not the standard for murder. If someone with this much power and money can be convicted on such flimsy case, I hate to think what happens to others. Shaylin, I will say the state did that timeline evidence. The timeline evidence was their strongest evidence. That and Alex Murdaugh testifying in his own defense. That went more for the state than anything else. Their timeline evidence was their strongest evidence. And they did a good job of taking that evidence and presenting it in a very convincing manner. What I will say is what I've said before. The power that the state has when they're prosecuting a case is unlike anything you guys could ever imagine. And it's important to remember that the state bears the ultimate burden of proving guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. In every case. I'm not talking about this one. In every case. And they have that burden. The number of times I have seen people who give the wrong vibe or testify contrary in manner to what you would expect. For any number of reasons, and they end up on this under the scrutiny of the justice system. It is one of those things where I always think that individual rights and liberties and freedoms and the justice system, while it is a good system, it will always need work, and it will always need people there to work in furtherance of that system. Thank you for your input, Shalon. I very much appreciate it. There are a lot of people that are wrongfully accused. They are. And it's tough. Yeah. Thank you for the observation. We have more trials to talk about too, because we'll have more opportunities to talk about this stuff. It's going to keep coming up. Ed S. I would like to see a trial wrap up with you, Peter, and Emily. I don't know. Maybe Friday Night Frenzy. We'll see if we can get some people on board. Good Grant. I used to live in the Tidewater and miss the accent and speech patterns. Also miss Fredericksburg, my favorite city in Virginia. Fredericksburg is pretty. The Southern Virginian accent is always fun to me. I've always enjoyed it. Someone once told me it was actually a mix of old English aristocracy meets French. And I've never been able to get that out of my head. Always been confused by that. But I guess if you slow it down enough, then you can possibly get there. But it's fun. I will say that. I did have the fun thing was if you are of the good fortune of hearing your last name pronounced in the Southern Virginia, it does sound very fun when your last name is Moreton. Mr. Moreton. It's a fun way. I've always enjoyed that. It's fun. So thank you, Gucci Grant. Much appreciated. Shelly Coleman, thank you. Agree about the chest thumping press conference. There are no winners here. 2 people gunned down by someone who they loved and trusted. Buster is essentially an orphan, law firm, and their reputation wrecked. These are tough facts. This is tough facts. Jillian Whelan, if you ever want to win an argument in Dublin, FFS, for fuck's sake, is as good as any legal scientific argument. Okay. JJ Doyle, thank you very much for the super chat. Die Hard, hail to the, we're not allowed to say that name anymore, are we? HTTR, hail to the Redskins. Break for happy news, virtual legality returns tomorrow at 4 p.m. Yay, Hogue. Yeah, he was texting me today. Richard Hogue texted me today, and he says, I have done my first day back at work. I'm tired. And he also said, totally not me making a thumbnail. And I was like, are you really going to get back on YouTube? Yes, he is. It's going to be awesome. Dancing Beagle, thank you very much. This seemed like a cluster on so many levels. Thanks for always being a champion for our system. Definitely not perfect, but South better than some. I do enjoy and appreciate the system. Kristen M96, need happy Friday Night Frenzy. Also check P.O. Box. I'll tell you what, if I get company on this live stream, I did check the P.O. Box. I have it downstairs. If I get company to help keep you guys occupied, I will go gather that specific item that was created by you, Kristen, for a specific person. And I'll be able to pull that up. So thank you. Kimberly Fisher, thank you for the super chat. I think what people are missing is that this man and the Murdaugh family are very well known to these people. They've gotten away with tons of things for years. The kennel videos and the lie were his undoing. Arrogance is definitely something that you saw a heck of a lot of. I think part of it was his failure to admit certain amounts of his arrogance. That was something that left a poor taste in the jury's mouth. It's hard to watch someone say, please find me innocent of doing something, when they cannot admit certain faults in their own behavior or perceptions of how reality should work. It's a frustrating thing to observe. And the jury very likely saw some of that. Dana Parfait, thank you very much. I had someone tell me today they would have delivered a guilty verdict no matter what the evidence for the actual murder charge because they didn't like him and he committed those crimes and lies. Crazy to me. Dana, maybe that explains some of my position on this, because I got a lot of those comments as well. And those comments gave me concerns. Because that's not how it's supposed to be. It's not how it's supposed to be. It's not how it's supposed to be. So, oh my, I see people in the comments. Winnie, thank you. Question: now, with this guilty verdict, is there still a chance he gets to spend his time in federal prison? Nope. State's got him. They got the murder charge. They got the murder collar on him. He is in a state penitentiary for the time being and will likely serve the rest of his life in that state penitentiary. Rando Slyfox, thank you very much. Get ready for Emily and Chatter coming over. Oh my, this is going to be interesting. Kirsten Barry coming here from EDB. She said you needed some smiles. I need so many smiles right now. I couldn't watch the freaking press conference. Oh, the press conference. Carrie Hall, EDB incoming. Thank you, Carrie. Yeah, the press conference was the disaster of all disasters that could have existed. So do we need to read an adult book? I don't know. I don't know if we need to read an adult book. I do have an adult book. I don't think we need to read it though. If we need, we'll ask for input when we get someone else that might come on and join. Yeah. Emily D. Baker, Peace Murder, give Robson the thumbs up. Thank you guys. You guys are awesome. Yeah, I've been tormenting Emily's chat all week, giving opinions left, right, center, solicited, unsolicited, screaming in my head, bashing my head against the table. Mostly today with regard to the closing argument by Jim Griffin. Let's see. And also an attorney that loves to just yell. Mr. Meadors with the volume inflection, yelling and the screaming. Just, why are you walking 9 million steps all over the place? Let's see. Let's just, I know the trial is over, but let's do this because this is going to be a little fun. I know the trial is over, but we're going to get to this little place where we're going to watch some antics and count the paces. I want you guys to count the paces. We're going to do this. Mr. Meadors gets up. We're going to count the paces. Everyone tell me how many steps. Who wants to give Mr. Meadors their Fitbit just for the day? Yeah.
Called experiences. It's called interacting with your spouse, your children, your neighbors, your coworkers, your good experiences, your bad experiences, evaluating people.
Why is this so
and deciding what's credible, what's believable. It's true in every case I've ever tried in my 34 years of doing nothing but murder cases.
wild?
Credibility, believability. And I agree with Mr. Griffin. When I looked at this case the first time, I said to myself, this is a CSC case. Now, in our world, that means criminal sexual conduct. It's not a criminal sexual conduct case.
What? Where is that coming in?
This is a common sense case. And you didn't leave that common sense with you when you came here 6 weeks ago. It's with you now. It's been with you during the 6 weeks here, and you're going to take it back into the jury room. I've been listening yesterday and today, and we all have, about law enforcement.
I just
Didn't do
saw
this.
that.
Law enforcement
I've watched this
didn't
trial
do
all
that.
day and I
They
just saw the
actually
yellow
said
suit.
they fabricated evidence.
That was a stretch by Jim
Putting
Griffin.
law enforcement on trial. I once called Mr. Harpootlian in a trial an automatic smoke screen machine. I think what the defense is doing in this.
What a great phrase. Of all of my criticisms, what a great phrase. Automatic smoke screen machine.
This case is more like an eclipse. You remember that eclipse on August 17th of 2017, where it kind of got dark for a little bit, and the birds started chirping, and you felt like it was dark, and then it cleared, the eclipse went over, and the light came back. That's what the defense is doing.
Anthony, you're counting.
Taking you away from the facts, from the credibility, and saying, wait a minute, there's an eclipse here, there's a smoke screen here, look at that. And somebody said the word offensive. I find it offensive that a family with a great-grandfather, a grandfather, a father, Celeste Randolph Murdaugh, who was good to me when I was a young man prosecutor. He knew I wanted to do this as my job. He knew I cared about this job. This is the best job in the world. I tried to be solicitor 3 times as long. It doesn't get any better than this job. And I find it.
Look at the yellow suit. I did not see that this entire trial. Look at that yellow suit, man. That is South Carolina. That's fantastic. That is fantastic. I need that suit.
It's offensive that the defense, through the defendant, who was also a part-time solicitor, is claiming that law enforcement didn't do their job. Listen to me, please. Didn't do their job.
Okay. I want to go back and replay this. This one right here. He looks at a juror. And I'm pretty sure he says, listen to me, please, directly at the juror.
It doesn't get any better than this job. And I find it offensive that the defense, through the defendant, who was also a part-time solicitor, is claiming that law enforcement didn't do their job. Listen to me, please. Didn't do their job.
He really
Listen to
does.
me, please. Didn't do their job.
What a
while he is
dude.
withholding and obstructing justice.
The screaming. The screaming. Oh, the screaming. Yeah. Listen to me, please. The obstructing justice argument, that part was a little bit out of line. You can't go and make that argument. That wasn't charged in this particular case. You can't accuse someone of obstructing justice just in the middle of your argument. That's not really proper argument. Now, Jim Griffin also went and said manufacturing evidence. I don't know that I agree with the manufacturing evidence. I think that was a stretch too far. I don't think either of these two attorneys were, just going to say, they weren't the strongest in delivery. I think Meadors, people have opinions. I thought he moved way too much. He moved way too much for my taste. He was sprinting back and forth. And the yelling. Let's see.
By not saying, I was down at the kennels. I was down at the kennels. and he's going to blame everybody else. Is that offensive? Is that offensive? Mr. Griffin said a minute ago, can you imagine coming up on the scene and seeing, can you imagine not telling law enforcement, lying that I was down there and I saw him? I was right there. Why wouldn't you tell them that? Maybe get some more evidence. Did you hear somebody? No, I wasn't even down there. Credibility, believability. That really does sum it up. You remember 6 weeks ago today when Mr. Warder.
Mr. Meadors, no, I do not remember 6 weeks ago today. I don't remember 6 weeks ago today because this trial was 6 weeks long. Why? I mean, ultimately, the state gets the conviction. They got the collar. We got the conviction. I don't remember 6 weeks ago. It was wild. So, yes, everyone that's joining in from EDB, I see that she has ended her live stream. I can tell because I just see a massive jump in numbers. Y'all, if you wouldn't mind kindly not just doing all the emojis, I really do appreciate it. It's awesome having you guys here. Thank you, Emily, for sending all of your law nerds over to hang out. I've been tormenting them all week from the chat and very much enjoyed doing so. If you guys are joining in, please like the video. Subscribe if you like the content. We're doing a bit of a recap. We did a little decompression after the verdict and after the awful press conference that we watched some of. Couldn't make it through the rest of it. And now we're going and we're listening to the state's hype man, Mr. Meadors. And I don't know who's tracking the steps, but last we counted was like 100 steps ago. 100 steps ago, and he was at 55. So I think we're up to about 155 steps. And let's keep going. But warning to those of you joining, Mr. Meadors has a tendency to scream.
Fantastic opening and talked about direct evidence. And direct evidence is something you know it when you see it. It's evidence you gather with one of your senses. You hear it, you feel it, you smell it, you touch it, and you come in here and tell witnesses, hey, this is what I heard, what I felt, what I smelled, what I touched. But you remember when he was describing circumstantial evidence? There was a storm that day coming. Part of his theme, the storm just happened to come. And you could hear it coming. And then during part of his opening, you remember it started raining? You could hear it. You could feel it. It's almost like circumstantial evidence morphed into direct evidence. And that's what happened in this case. Circumstantial evidence became direct evidence in many instances. This case is about two things. It's about being real, and choices. My mama gave me a book when I was a little boy about the Velveteen Rabbit. It's actually going off to college. Dealing with people and learning about people and tough times in life.
Who had Velveteen Rabbit on their bingo card today? I had to look up Velveteen Rabbit because it was so long ago that I actually read it. Velveteen Rabbit. I didn't see that coming. Stuffed rabbit desires to become a real rabbit. That's a swing. I mean, that's one of those where you're taking a swing to get that one in. But I also didn't have a dozen eggs being in the back of the jury room as part of my bingo card today either. So today was just everything. All of the things. Was I surprised by the verdict? I was surprised at the time it took to turn the verdict around. Did I see OJ weighing in? I did. OJ weighing in on a murder trial of a family member. I mean, that was wow. That's unsolicited commentary, and maybe just don't don't do that. There are some creepy things that you see out there. That was one that kind of took the cake. That was kind of wild. Mr. Meadors, though, I thought his closing, I don't know. For me, it doesn't sell that well because he's moving way too much. The inflection is just all over the place. It was kind of difficult to deal. But I will say, if he saw Jim Griffin's closing that seemed to be a little bit disjointed, not a whole lot of passion in it, this is something that he knew he was going to wake people up. And obviously what he did either worked or didn't work. Like I said, I don't think the closing argument swayed anyone one way or the other. I really don't. I think the people I think the biggest thing that swayed people was Kinsley and his testimony, the scene reconstruction, Kinsley and his testimony, and then Murdaugh taking the stand. I think that 2 days of cross-examination, that was one of those that was, I go back to what I said the second he took the stand. I'm just going, this is bad. This is not, these are not good ideas. These are not good ideas. This is bad idea. This is terrible. Yeah. Jim's closing. He's too close to it. Jim's closing argument, I thought, made points, but he was too damn close to the closing. Or he's too close to the characters in this case. I'm in event moment. I'm still trying to contemplate the press conference, and I'm still reconciling with the after party that was being thrown by Mr. Wilson. And I need support. Emotional support is incoming.
I have emotional support. I'm here for you. It's good to see you.
It's good seeing you.
We redirected our stream. I hope you didn't get swamped.
I've got reverb coming back.
Oh no, hold on. Give me a second. I know there's a way that I need to do that.
Now you're muted.
Oh, wait, hold on. I know there's a way I need to do this, and I always forget what it is. How about now?
Let me check. No, it's my voice that is being played on your end.
Yeah. Oh, give me 1 sec. I know what it is. I always run into this issue, and it's my fault. There we go. It's a StreamYard setting that I forget to click.
Are we professionals?
Yeah, we are professionals. That was totally
Look
my
at
fault.
this.
Sorry, chat.
Perfect.
Sorry, chat. I've had whiskey and I've got weather incoming, so it's a beautiful disaster over here.
Just
the victory lap press conference.
Oh,
feels gross, right?
I was venting about it, and I gave my own, like, I basically had to shut him off. I had to shut Williams off, and I gave my own version of how that press conference is supposed to go.
I felt bad because I left the chat unattended, and I had to go do a hit on Scripps News, and then I came back.
It felt dirty, and I gave the remarks that kind of should have been made, like the efforts of the attorneys that went into this prosecution, the relentless hours that were put in to this investigation, which had holes that needed to be filled in court. A case that was based on circumstantial evidence, which takes an amazing amount of work for the attorneys to put together in a concise fashion that's explainable to a jury of 12 peers.
And the healing that the community needs to do.
Yes.
Justice for Maggie and Paul. The fact that they are not done prosecuting Alex Murdaugh for all of the other things that he has done, and that has been fully brought to light and then done.
And I don't think he said Paul or Maggie's name. I watched like 3 minutes of that and just felt really gross.
Yeah. I hope he acknowledged the victims. I just don't remember. And we'll see what Jim says. If anything, Jim was so close to this case. I think
it's gotta be.
I saw you in the chat while I was talking about it. I thought Barber should have done the closing. Dick had clearly pissed off the jury. I thought he was effective and did his job. At times he pissed me off too, but I also can see the game and respect. Jim was too close. He's basically a witness in this case, who's also the attorney, who's also like another uncle to Paul and a friend of the victims. He's so entwined in this. Barber's the natural choice. And I like Barber. I want to see more cases with Barber. I thought he was great. I don't think we saw enough of him.
Well, and the problem was that the closing for the defense in this case needed to be its own independent closing argument. You needed to take the facts that were there, and you needed to argue your narrative of what you believe the facts told you about that night or that day.
Rob, they needed to argue those jury instructions. Those are very
They were
good jury
good.
instructions for the
What was
defense.
the cloak? The magical cloak that you wear going into the.
Yeah, the cloak of damn it, I wrote it down. The robe. It was a
Robe of righteousness. Robe of righteousness.
They compared the rights of the defendant, the presumption of innocence, as a robe of righteousness. Those are strongly worded jury instructions in favor of the defense, in favor of the presumption of innocence, in favor of the defendant's rights. They are more strongly worded than a lot of jurisdictions, I thought. And the defense did not just go, listen to these instructions.
I believe it. And Tracy, I see this. Sorry. If I'm wrong, if he did mention Maggie and Paul, then he did.
It was brief.
For me, the clapping and the cheering, that was something where you have.
That was all for the audience, though.
I know it was.
Outside that courthouse protesting not protesting, but rallying every day for guilt. People wanted to see Alex Murdaugh brought to justice. And that's part of the danger in this case, is that people wanted to see him brought to justice so badly that they might have overlooked or overreached. And that's why I wanted them to not. I wouldn't have charged this case as a prosecutor. I just wouldn't have. I would have done the financial crimes and waited for more to come to light.
You and I have had the similar opinion in this regard. I think that, and for me, it was and I tried to explain this to the chat earlier when I was doing some of the recap. These murder trials, people oftentimes think that when they get into court, the process of the trial is supposed to make them feel like they're getting justice. And that's what people think when they go into court. You and I have practiced law long enough that we know that is not what happens in these trials. These trials, even the end result, even if you get everything you ask for at this trial, you get the finding of guilt. That is not the end of this experience. That's actually the beginning of your ability to start the grieving process. Yeah. You have essentially suspended all of your grief until the moment the verdict comes in, and now you get to try and pick yourself back up and build.
How surprised were you they're sentencing him tomorrow morning at 9:30?
What the? That threw me for a loop.
Yeah. Same. When the judge was like, we need time, I thought they would come back in 2 months, a month. But I guess you don't need sentencing memoranda. You need to know who's speaking. Do you think we see Buster speak tomorrow?
Oh my God, I can't even imagine.
Who speaks tomorrow? Maggie's sister, John Marvin, Randy?
I don't know.
How many impact statements are we going to see tomorrow? Is tomorrow going to be a full day? Are we going to need them?
So tired. It tomorrow could be if Buster speaks. First of all, that child. Imagine the conflicting emotions he has in this particular moment.
I can't imagine.
I cannot.
Whatever you think about Buster from anything you might have watched on Netflix, podcasts, whatever, I get it. Buster has not been great in a lot of the jail interviews, but it does. Two things are true at once, right? He's still going through the unimaginable.
Mm-hmm.
And he will never be able to really be in public without people looking at him. He didn't ask for this. And that's hard for him. So
yeah. The sentence though, the 24-hour turnaround, like 12-hour turnaround.
It's so fast. I've never seen. The judge was kind of like, I'm ready to do it tonight. And this seems to be regionally appropriate and normal. The judge was like, well, it's a little late tonight. It's like, you go to sentencing. It's like, you've been convicted. You've been sentenced to be done. Wild to me.
Yeah.
Wild.
People were asking if there's still the possibility of a federal jail or federal penitentiary. I said, no, the state's got him. They got the collar. They have him in state penitentiary for the rest of his life.
And he is.
I'm right in that. I'm right in that assessment, right? Yeah.
Yeah, you're right in that assessment. Okay. Unless the state allowed him to go. But then again, he could end up in a different state prison. He could end up in a federal prison if it's the only place they have room, because there are compacts between different prisons where you can end up somewhere else. But no, he is in state prison. They have the right to keep him there. If he had been acquitted, I could absolutely see them trying to get the feds to bring charges on the finances to move him to like a club fed type of a thing. He's been convicted of murder. He will be in custody. That said, if you listen to any of the jail calls, Rob,
I have abstained.
Okay.
Are they
I
really as
listened-
terrible as they are, as they
They're,
have been?
they're entitled. They're not terrible. I have listened. He does a lot of his calls, it seems, through three-way calls with Jim Griffin and on other people's numbers. But I have listened to those. He understands the game of custody. I'm not super worried.
The horse trading in the background. Yeah.
He's not at risk. He is adjusted well to being in custody, but he has been doing a whole lot of shit for a really long time. So I'm not surprised that he has adjusted as well as one could be to custody life. He's trading beef sticks. He's got money on different people's books so nobody can track how much money's on his books. He's making phone calls out of different inmates' numbers. When you pull jail calls, chat, you pull them through the inmate's booking number at first. So he's using other people's booking numbers to make those calls, having the other inmates put in their codes so he can make calls that aren't as easily found. He's doing three-way calls through Jim Griffin. He's calling Jim being like, hey, can you call so-and-so? Because when you call your lawyer, you can't get those jail calls. So in the system, when you call out to the lawyer's number, it won't be given to the prosecution and police when they go to pull all your jail calls to listen to. So he's calling Jim Griffin and then using it to call other people. He has been maneuvering through this system, trading beef sticks, working out and shit. Does he hate being in state custody? I don't know, but he knows the game.
Yeah, and the chat, apparently some of the people in the chat didn't realize the term horse trading was a thing. Yeah, when you're in prison, you're trading a lot of favors for a lot of favors and a lot of things that happen outside and protection outside and things like that. And then there's games of the phone call or all of it. What's monitored, what's not monitored, what they can get. I'm on the phone with my attorney. When you're not with your attorney's patching you through or holding a line up to somebody else. It's wild.
It's a whole separate world. And you learn, I think, knew, but you learn fast. And what we've heard is he's a conniving manipulator.
Yeah.
So he's going to get his way. I don't think he's at risk in custody. I don't think it's the life he wants to lead, but it's where he's at.
What's the state going to do with the financial crimes? That's a question for me, because you can't go full bore prosecution on it. You spent all the resources in this particular trial, and he's going to plead to it, isn't he?
I think I don't know. Look, I don't know what he's going to do. If his attorneys feel like they have a good chance on the appeal, and they definitely have issues when this goes up on appeal, issues that the appellate court likes. The appellate court likes these 404 arguments, too much prior bad acts and what have you. I think him testifying maybe undoes a lot of that, but you've got these appeal issues. So if he doesn't want to plea, you have to prosecute him on a lot of the rest of it. I think you try to put it all together. The chat is asking for Peter. I don't even know if Peter still wants to stream.
I think Peter's live right now.
Is he live? He's probably live on his own channel. I appreciate you, chat.
I've been texting
with you. After party. Text Peter. I'm jealous.
Yeah, I already have. He's live right now. He's got 13,000.
He's
live
busy.
right now. He's busy. You guys pretend like I haven't been texting, or I don't text Emily because it's faster just to comment in her chat. And even though she's not pulling them up, she's like texting me, responding in the back end. And faster. Peter, I'm texting on the side going, what are you reading in all of this?
Yep. And also, by the way, you're like, he's got 13,000 in your chat. The last I checked, you have 11,000 in your chat.
I do. That's thanks to you, my dear. Thank you for redirecting a bunch of people over to hang out with us.
The Lawnards are the Lawnards. They're here.
They're great. I apologize for harassing them all week in the chat. I wasn't causing too much chaos. I was just giving opinions and spice.
You caused a normal amount of chaos. I would expect nothing less and be disappointed if you didn't. I don't know if Runkle is awake, y'all. I know Runkle has an open invite, so I don't know if he's even awake.
He does. Runkle has an open invite. It's always there. The thing that drove me crazy, you made a comment during Jim Griffin's closing.
Did I drive you crazy?
What?
What did I do?
No, it was the comment that you made. It wasn't your comment, but your comment was so accurate when Jim Griffin was giving the closing argument on the tool mark analysis and the firearms. You said, if he botches this, Rob and Runkle are going to slaughter him. And God, it was so bad.
He didn't lean in.
So bad.
He didn't lean in at all.
Nope.
He didn't lean in at all.
Nope.
And it was really frustrating.
It was frustrating. That tool mark analysis, that witness, first of all, Creighton Waters, when he gave his closing arguments on what Greer said, that was kind of a mischaracterization of that testimony.
Yeah.
It was pretty clear mischaracterization. But then Griffin needed to come in accurately and relay a solid close. He just didn't do it. And then you had Meadors get up. I had a question on this one that I wanted to ask you about.
Yep.
I would have objected to the state being able to split their closing between two attorneys.
Same.
I don't think that
they
it's not
had.
a fair shake.
No, I thought that they had, because when they approached the judge about it originally, they approached the judge and they said the defense wanted to split their argument. And he said, no, you can't split your argument.
Yep.
One attorney argues. So I
Yep.
was really surprised that Meadors was arguing.
So was
Really?
I. And if you think about it from a fundamental principle, that's a flawed position to come from,
Yes.
because Creighton comes and gives his closing argument.
Yes.
And then Griffin gives his closing. And what Creighton is supposed to do, Creighton is supposed to not give a new closing. He's supposed to respond to what Griffin highlights in his closing argument. Putting Meadors up there is like giving the state a second bite at an apple.
Yep.
And to give a whole new character and give a whole new argument. It was really interesting to watch. That bothered me a bit, but it also threw me that Griffin decided he was just going to pull up YouTube. Let's play some of the testimony.
I was shocked.
I also think it didn't help him.
No, I don't think
And here's why. When you pull up that audio or the video of the testimony, you are hearing Griffin asking leading questions, and you're hearing the witnesses saying yes, no, maybe.
Yes.
You're hearing that. Versus if Griffin has a transcript in his hand. Here's how you do it.
Could have read it.
You walk over to your desk and you pick up the transcript so the jury sees that what you're grabbing has weight. It's actual transcribed testimony. You walk back over in front of them, you flip to the page you need, and you basically say, when I asked, or when this question was brought up, this is the testimony was elicited, and you just quote that.
Yep.
That's it.
Yep. And you get to frame it in your own voice, your own pacing, and your own style. I was underwhelmed with Jim's closing because it felt so reactive to the state. And I gave like a mock closing. I don't know if you were in the chat when I gave a mock closing, but if there was a room for Jim Griffin to bring the righteous indignation out.
Oh, I wanted it.
I was ready for it.
Yeah.
Flame sled for not doing everything they could to find the killer of Maggie and Paul. Flame sled for misrepresenting things to the grand jury. If you want to call it a lie, call it a lie. If you don't. But flame them for it. He said he was mistaken. All right, well, you didn't forgive Alex's mistake, but he buried it under wandering testimony. And that was really hard because there was room for him to be pissed. There was room for him to bang the table, and there was room for him to bring it home that this case is based on the state's assumptions. And he could have argued it, and he just didn't. And I think it's because he was too close. I think it's because he was fighting back the personal, and it felt like he was hiding something. And I wonder how the jury interpreted that. But I think it's because he was biting down how personally heartbroken he is. He looked gutted when he had to question Alec on the stand. He looked devastated. I feel for him. I really do. I feel for Jim Griffin. Poot is Poot. He's annoying as fuck. He's a politician, but he's effective.
He was. That was the
he doesn't
automatic
really
smoke screen machine.
Yes.
That's just, but that's, and
but
people,
did you see what they said in my chat? Automatic, what? Smoke screen?
Yeah. Yeah.
I loved it.
It was, the thing is, that's his job. That's his job.
Yep.
His
That's
job
absolutely
is
his
to
job.
cause that confusion. His job is to do those things.
And he did it.
And what's funny is if you take Creighton Waters or Meadors and you put them on the other side of the aisle, they're doing the same thing.
Yep.
That's the point I made about all the attorneys.
Meadors loves the drama. Meadors feels like a theater kid mixed with a preacher. Meadors was ready for his moment in the sun. He was brought into this case. He was brought to the AG's office for this case. He's not an AG. They brought him in for this case.
I couldn't believe it.
They loved it. Look, at times Meadors annoyed me with touching everybody and being up in everybody's business and asking like, what's your favorite date and who's your mom and them and all the rest of it. Like, who are your people? But I was engaged the entire time. He almost knocked me off my seat when he was yelling about Bubba. He kept the pacing different. He talked directly to the jurors. Listen to me, please. He talked directly to them, patting on the bench.
He did. He scared them.
Brought the brimstone, the fire. He took the jury to church, and it's appropriate regionally for the jury he was talking to. And I kind of was just like, I'm in. I mean, bored during Jim's closing.
I'm more critical of him. I didn't think that. I thought that he kind of meandered. He's the attorney. He's one of the attorneys, and I say the three of them. There was Poot, Meadors, and Creighton. And those three attorneys, I fit them in a category of the attorneys that I have the most difficulty trying cases against because they love to tiptoe that line of misstating evidence. Oh my word.
All of them. We're so close to the line. I am not a gray zone lawyer. You are not a gray zone lawyer. They were just living there. There was an attorney, and after Deppy heard, he watched my coverage. He reached out, a defense attorney. I hated trying cases against him. He was so good, so charming. The jury loved him. The court staff loved him. I loved him. But when he was making a closing argument, it would make me doubt myself. I was like, damn it, what have I done? He's so good, but he didn't tip over into like sleazy politician land. He found that fine line of being charming and smart and approachable. And it was wonderful. I have so much respect because that is a fine line to get the balance right. And it is, when it's done well, it is terrifying. And there are a few defense attorneys in my life that I have worked with that I just loved to work with and hated to work with because I knew how hard it would be because they are so good. The defense attorneys that are over the top are so easy to do a trial against because they're too over the top. The ones who are reasonable and likable and will concede, but concede only where they need to, so hard to try.
Oh no, they'll give the appearance of a concession.
Yes.
That's my favorite. It's the appearance of a concession. But Your Honor, I mean, I would very gladly bring this in or allow this to be brought in front of the jury if only the state would bring the whole recording in. And it's like the state knows they can't get the whole recording in. There's an evidentiary prohibition against it, but they've just been put to a challenge.
There's nothing you can do. So good.
It's just
so good. It's so good. I like watching good court. I like watching good arguments. I thought Jim was too close to it. I was happy that Poot wasn't doing the closing. I was excited to see Jim's closing, and it just felt like he was way too close.
I mean, I felt like I could have done that closing. I knew the facts of this case and knew how to argue it. And it's not that I agreed with one side or the other, but here's the thing. There was room to make that argument.
Yes.
There was. This was a case where evidence was presented in a fashion where you could have argued both sides. I could have given the prosecution's closing and the defense's closing.
Same. And the chat's been asking, like, which way do you think? I'm like, I can see it both ways on this case. I can argue it both ways. This case is too close. I can see it both ways. And I can easily and reasonably see it both ways, which is hard to reconcile in my brain.
It was very difficult to watch. It was difficult to watch because you saw all the facts. You having a cocktail? Where's this? Drinking shots.
Story said, I've succumbed to EDB peer pressure and I'm now drinking shots of whiskey. I did not encourage anyone towards the whiskey, but I also killed my bottle of whiskey. I know there's a sentencing tomorrow morning. It was almost empty. For the reading of the verdict. I thought the courtroom would be packed. I thought it would too. And I tried to get Dr. B to bring me a whiskey and he didn't answer the phone. So I was really disappointed. So I poured it after I left my chat alone. I went on Scripps News and then I went and grabbed a whiskey and came back. And now we have swirly air and weather warnings and my kids don't have school tomorrow. So it's great. I'm going to play video games with my kids. We're going to do a sentencing tomorrow and I'm going to play video games with my kids. Is it school cancellation for you guys? Yeah, because of weather. I don't know if that's awesome or not awesome. Not awesome when it's swirly weather, awesome when it's snow. Swirly
true.
weather, not awesome. Like,
Emily has seen the pickle.
oh, we have dueling pickles.
Yeah.
I had to do a pickle aura cleanse earlier today because we just needed it. Rob's is pale though.
Don't make fun of my pale pickle.
I don't understand. Look, why is it not green?
Don't make fun of my. Oh shit! The button is too easy to hit.
I love it so much.
Oh my god.
I'm here for it. Rob, I need to ask you a personal question. Can I ask you a question?
I am so concerned right now. You may.
Okay, so I was talking about the jury room bathrooms on my stream.
Oh. Okay, go on, please. You may proceed.
And I was talking about how attorneys that have offices in the courthouse, I presume you don't have offices in the courthouse.
No.
But attorneys that have offices in the courthouse tend to use the jury room bathrooms for their own use.
Why?
Does that happen to deliberate? Does that happen in Virginia
No.
for y'all? No. Okay.
No, we have there's bathrooms all there's court staff bathrooms.
Wait,
There's
can you
all
use
kinds of bathrooms.
bathrooms? No.
No.
Okay.
No.
I was just talking about how the DAs will use the jury room bathrooms. We'll know where the juries are and aren't deliberating, which court has juries and which court doesn't. And we use the jury bathrooms to deliberate only if you need to deliberate at work. So you can't use the work bathrooms for that. There's too many people around. Sometimes you need privacy, and the only privacy is really the jury room bathrooms for a courtroom that doesn't have a jury present. I just figured
Interesting.
that's different for attorneys that don't work in court, that they're not running around a courthouse trying to find a quiet place to poop.
Well,
See, this is the thing. When you work in the courthouse, this is a very large part of your workday is where you can poop. You're working all the time. When you're showing up to work at like 7 a.m. and you don't leave till like 9 p.m. and you have coffee all day long, you have to know where you can go poop. I'm just saying.
I don't run into that problem. Also, though, it's for me, this is gonna be like personal. When I have trial days, I don't end up like using the restroom. I don't know what it is.
Oh, no.
I get
During trial
dehydrated.
days,
I
you don't
can't
use the
think. I
bathroom.
can't talk.
No.
Yeah.
During trial days, you don't use the bathroom
Just
at all.
normal like work day.
No, you don't. Normal work day. Because I worked in the courthouse. Normal work day.
No,
Yeah.
this is just why. This is why I like owning. I have my office. That's my
Right.
office.
Because you don't work in the courthouse.
Exactly.
There was one
'Cause I
trial
don't-
though. There was
Oh,
one
no.
trial. I was pregnant. I threw up a lot. The judge would not let me use the jury room bathroom in that trial. And then I almost got rolled by the defendant's bathroom in the public by the defendant's family in the public bathroom. And the judge would not let me because I had terrible morning sickness during this trial. The judge would not let me leave when I had morning sickness. So at one point I picked up a trash can, sat up, picked up the trash can and barfed into the trash can in court while we were on the record. It was delightful.
So, yeah, no, I've never really run into that particular problem. Like when I need a break, I can ask the judge, and the judge will, generally speaking, give me a break.
Up on the score.
I cannot believe that you actually did that in court.
Barfed in trial.
No.
I had to make the point, and B,
Point made.
And C, I had a largely female jury, and D, this judge was a total dick to me. You know what though? This judge was best friends with like Harvey Levin. It was wild. It was so LA.
I like Fairfax. I like my courthouse. I feel comfortable in there. I know what I'm doing in there. I know the judges. I'm comfortable asking them for a break to take a little bit of recess. We're all fine. And yes, Rob has never been pregnant. Good to know. Yep. Never been pregnant.
No,
Never had to deal with the morning sickness.
Fair enough. I found out I was pregnant during that trial and I went, oh shit. Cause I was pregnant with Griffin, who's my second. And I was like, oh God, this is going to be bad. I was like, I think I'm sick. And then I was like, oh, not sick. Great. And that made the trial worse.
Yeah. How'd that affect the whole ability to focus for the rest of your trial?
It was a difficult trial, but it was a retrial. So at least I had done it before. Twice.
Oh, why was it a retrial? Was this a remand? Was this after an appeal?
No, it was a hung twice.
Oh, okay.
This was a third retrial.
This was the third retrial?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Ouch.
third retrial witness killing case. It was a lot.
Oh, even better.
Yeah, it was I mean, it's LA. What are you gonna do?
See, this is why people laugh at
man. LA's wild. It was a 9th floor LA case. So when the reporters are reporting on like the Megan Thee Stallion trial with Tory Lanez down the road from, or down the hallway from Weinstein, down the hallway from that 70 shows guy, whatever his name is, I can viscerally remember Masterson. That court, that floor, the 9th floor is where OJ was tried. The 9th floor of CCB is a special place. Can I tell you a story?
Oh, please do. But before you do, you have to tell me if you had OJ giving a public remark on his opinions on this trial.
No. I played it though.
I watched it and I was like, I instantly turned it off. I was like, I am uncomfortable.
Oh, I said immediately, I am uncomfortable. So uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm.
But OJ had all the thoughts. I think OJ thought that Alec was going to beat the case.
Well,
was OJ like from one wife killer to another?
He
was acquitted. When I was a law clerk, the room that I worked in was where all the OJ evidence was stored. We never looked in it. Ever. We thought we wouldn't get hired if we did. It felt like it was some kind of a test. Like we were in the evidence storage. That's where our offices were. And I felt like we couldn't look at it. I'm like, we can't touch the OJ evidence. It was weird being in there with the stacks of boxes though. So many boxes of evidence. It was so weird. I
still love that trial.
And I was like, is the glove in there? Like, I want to know. In hindsight, I should have just gone for it.
You should have gone in and checked it.
I know. Anyway, it was
people were saying, all right, like, Rob, what's going to happen when you cover this trial on Trials of the Century? I'll be like, nope, hard pass. Covered it once, not doing it again.
There's no need to come back.
Nope.
There's no need to come back. What were we talking about? I forgot. I'm sorry.
Essentially Jim Griffin dropping that closing argument. He didn't sell it. But then again, I also had the opinion that I don't think the closing argument did anything to sway anyone off their original positions.
I don't think so either. And clearly this jury had original positions because they came back in like 3 hours. So, Mika, thank you. Glad you're here. Oh, I was going to tell you a story. Can I tell you a horrifying story?
Please do.
About the 9th floor in CCB.
Yeah.
So the 9th floor is where all the really serious cases are tried, including OJ. Yes, I walked into Judge Ito's courtroom. I had cases in Judge Ito's courtroom and I couldn't handle myself. I was like, oh, I watched you on TV. I had no chill. I had no chill on the 9th floor. It's interesting. It's famous. It's solemn. But when I was a law clerk, we were there for a case. I worked in crimes against peace officers and stalking and arson as a law clerk.
Fun.
Arson was my favorite. Arson was so fucking cool. Stalking was weird, but it was all celebrities. And crimes against peace officers was fucking horrific. So I preferred arson, then stalking, then crimes against peace officers. But we were there for a Capos case. It was heartbreaking. A lot of like ambush killings on law enforcement and stuff like that. But I was there with like a fleet of law clerks and the attorney I really liked. He had a side gig teaching martial arts. He had trained Angelina Jolie for the Tomb Raider movies. I'm like, why the fuck are you still a DA? Like, can you tell me more about it? Training Angelina Jolie for Tomb Raider? I want to know everything about your life. Fascinating guy, great attorney. But police protection on his kids going to school. Me at 20 was like, that's incredible. Me as a mom, fuck off, I'm out.
That's a tough life. Like that's a
scary life. It's a scary life. When like all of the big wigs at the office and all of the elected officials for LA are sitting in your trials, it's not the world I want. Like, don't know who I am. I want to exist in the background as a DA. Anyway, we're there. And this law clerk, I've talked about this law clerk on my channel before. No shade, all the shade. This law clerk was going to law school at Harvard and would remind us, I went to the same school as Camille Vasquez that was much disparaged on the internet. Good trial lawyers. I don't care if it doesn't rank in the US News and World Report ranking with Harvard. This Harvard student reminded us that Harvard attorneys don't go into public service, but his dad wanted him to come home to LA for the summer. So he came home because of it, daddy. The rest of us wanted to be DAs. So Harvard walks out of the men's restroom on the 9th floor, the security floor, the high profile floor of CCB, holding a gun because he found it in the bathroom.
Oh.
And I'm sitting there as a law clerk, and dude is walking out of the bathroom with a gun on the 9th floor of CCB. He's like, somebody put this on top of the toilet.
Why did he pick it up?
I don't know. Harvard.
I thought he was Harvard. Why did he touch it? Why did he do any of those?
Harvard. I did not say common sense. I said Harvard. I did not say common sense. Didn't alert anyone. Didn't like wave for help. Nope. Walked out of the bathroom holding a gun like this.
Yeah, that's not how that's supposed to work. Like at all, ever, under any circumstance. Never, ever, ever, ever.
At some point,
ever.
Chad, I promise I'll write a life about my book. A book about my life. I said that backwards at first. Whiskey, Emily. Sorry. So yeah, Harvard walked out of the bathroom carrying a gun on the security floor. The fact that he didn't get jumped by law enforcement is incredible. Yeah. So that was law clerking.
Okay, that beats a lot of my courthouse ones. I don't know if I have a courthouse one like that. I don't think I have.
It was wild. LA is fucking wild, but it's also the LA DA's office is one of the largest prosecutorial agencies in the world. So shit just happens. I mean, I went from that to like working a case where there was trespassing damage to the Mattel building because people were protesting Barbie. Like it's just, I've had celebrity cases. I worked on a Lindsay Lohan case. It's wild. That's not what we're talking about now. What are we talking about now?
It's this trial. Well, I mean, this trial didn't have the same celebrity as I thought it was going to. It did, and it didn't. But I also don't know. I didn't know about a lot of the protesting out back, and people were making comments about me not listening to Netflix or the HBO or the Jailhouse.
You shouldn't.
I didn't want. This was about this trial. I didn't want to hear about any of that stuff.
The only reason I heard the Jailhouse calls is because I started covering this case because of the lawyer theft. I was like, ooh, South Carolina Girardi. I'm like, Southern Girardi. I'm here for the intrigue. And then right down the rabbit hole. But
why are the lawyers all stealing the stuff?
I don't know. Rob, I'm not stealing the stuff.
I'm not stealing the stuff, but why are the lawyers all stealing the stuff?
I don't know. And why are they not getting caught for decades? Decades. I don't know. But I started covering it with the roadside incident. And the first podcast I did on it, I'm like, wait, from like Stephen Smith to Gloria Satterfield, I'm like, there's a lot of intrigue around this family. It felt like a John Grisham novel. At that point, I didn't think he was going to be charged with his wife's murder and his son's murder. I had no idea. I was like, shit. So then when that happened, I was already too deep in the stuff.
The most frustrating thing I've had about this trial was I have some friends that will casually or occasionally watch the channel. That terrifies me, the fact that my friends are watching me on YouTube.
Same. Hi.
Yeah, even though they'll watch me and then every now and then they'll want to catch up and they'll say, so you're covering Murdaugh. Can you give me a rundown on the case? And I was like, oh God, do I have an hour? Like, here's how we start. Here's where we are. And then I'm like, then you see the look on their face, just the jaw start dropping and they're going, and I said, no, wait, there's more, because this is the trial but wait, there's more is every single day in this case.
But wait, there's more. And he's been charged up until like even the fucking misdemeanor, like bringing shit into the jail. He's been consistently charged again and again and again. Like, and then it was the tax crimes. And then it's just 99 fucking indictments because they don't do them as a group, which is wild to me. But whatever. Over 99 indictments, plus the homicide, the theft from the clients, the Satterfield, the roadside suicide for hire, all of it is so fucking wild to me. So that's why I started covering it, but that's why I know. So
I'm gonna like Monday morning quarterback on this one.
Yep.
The defense's case.
Yep.
I would never have brought up character once.
Nope. You don't need to say he loves his car. Or sorry, I saw the chat. You don't need to say he loves his wife and son. It's known.
Yeah.
But the defense, I don't know if they did it because they thought they had to, or if they did it because Alec wanted to do it. I don't know, but I don't doubt that he
That's
loved
also
his wife.
why Griffin shouldn't have been doing.
When
you can be.
Go ahead,
Oh
Rob.
God, I have friends that come to me and they ask me for legal advice on any number of things, and every single friend, I have always told them, I can't. I will send you to people I trust. I will send you to people I trust, but I can't. I cannot be both. I cannot be the advocate you need that gives you all of the information that you need to operate off of and then advises you to do something that is so contrary to your will and gut that you and I are never talking again for the next 10 years.
Correct. It's like when you hate your friend's partner and they're like, what do you think? You're only going to get screwed by a real answer.
Oh, yeah.
It can't go well. Representing friends cannot go well. It is, here's the person I trust. I am here to be your friend. I am here to support you. The process is hard. The process is long. I am here to support you, but your lawyer. It's why surgeons don't operate on family members.
You
it's
can't.
The same thing.
You cannot disconnect yourself. You know, I have cried in one closing argument. It was my first. And it was because it was my first that I wasn't able to really learn that objective approach you have to have. And there have been cases that hit you hard and you go home and you walk in the front door and you have a cocktail and within about 20 minutes, you suddenly realize you're emotionally breaking down.
Yep.
But it's after you have taken the mask down and taken the shield down, because when you're in court, you cannot allow your emotions to impact the argument you're giving. I can't see how Jim Griffin did that.
I can, but it's only from years of my own damage that have taken a lot of therapy to undo.
That's hard.
Sadly, I can. And you saw him crack at the end.
Yep.
And we saw that with Ben Chu as well. You heard his voice start to crack and they reined it back in. I have cried in court more than once. The hardest time was reading a first-person victim impact statement from a defendant's mother. Speaking of the impact about it. That's different than arguing to a jury, is reading in an impact statement for a judge. It's just a really hard thing to distance yourself enough to see your case objectively. And that's why prosecutors don't have clients. Prosecutors represent the state, not the victims. It's why there's victims advocates attorneys and victims witness to align with the victims. The prosecutors have to stay one level detached from that. It's really fucking hard to, though. But you have to be able to see the case from higher above because you're wielding the power of the state. Jim Griffin was so enmeshed in this, I think it impacted his ability to give a good closing.
Yeah. Because it could have And the thing is, it sucks because he had feelings. And you could see him try to distance himself from those feelings. And in doing so, I've made the point in various discussions that the first person to raise their voice loses the argument. And it's not really the raising the voice. It's the first person to allow their emotions to invade their thought process when they're making a logical argument loses the argument. And it's one of those things that,
who lost the argument between Poot and Ronnie Crosby?
I don't know. Oh, that one was great. I thought Poot did what he needed to do in that moment.
Who lost the argument between Poot and Ronnie Crosby? Who lost it?
Crosby.
I think so too.
Crosby.
Because
you saw him shaking.
Cool first.
He was shaking.
He was so pissed. And then he's like, I'm not angry. I've let that go. It's like, bro, you're fucking pissed.
Yeah, he was furious.
And say that you're pissed.
And Poot was calculated. That was feigned righteous indignation. That was calculated. That was designed to get that. That was, honestly, people are sitting there saying Poot lost. That's fine. You can have that opinion. I'm telling you right now, Poot knew exactly what he was doing. He knew what he was doing.
Yep. Poot pushed Crosby's buttons because he wanted to show Crosby's bias. I think Crosby was right that he separated himself. I think that he was true about that, but he didn't show it once he lost his cool. And he lost his cool with Poot. And Poot fucking loved it. Poot's also exhausted. How old is he? 74?
I don't know. Does he keep taking naps? Was he taking naps in the middle of the trial? Like he would
Or
leave the
texting.
courthouse?
I appreciated him. Look, the thing I liked most about Poot is he's like, I think we can be done for the day. I'm like, me too.
Yeah. It was great. He was like, it's lunchtime, Your Honor. Judge, I need some food.
Done. I was so here for Poot needing a break. I needed a break the entire time. Look, this trial started at 8:25 my time. Depp v. Heard started later in the morning and didn't go on Fridays. This was an exhausting trial to cover every single day.
So more of these trials, I think that's probably one of the coolest things is watching the different jurisdictions and getting the little quirks about all the different jurisdictions that end up coming up. You learn the little weird things. Bring the jury.
Robe
Oh, I love that.
righteousness is in their jury instructions. It's fucking amazing.
And you know that's from like some South Carolina Supreme Court case
Yes,
from
it
like
is.
from 60, 70 years ago that's still just there and they leave it the instructions.
Or more. And
Yeah.
we got the lawyer from My Cousin Vinny is a lawyer in this case.
Identical. That was my most disappointing part. I was sitting here, he's pacing back and forth. He's going wild at the jury stand. He grabs the water off of the bench. He starts screaming with the inflection. And I wanted the whole like identical. I needed it. That was the last part of this trial that could have been something. I don't know.
He clapped though. He clapped during.
I know what was that? I think I honestly was that just an own self tick? Like,
Yes.
Get yourself in order. Like you can do this. Like you can do this.
I think it was. I think it had to have been. He was just like refocusing. But jurors don't always love quirks like that. And it's funny what jurors pick up on. When you talk to enough juries, you see the little things they pick up on and you're like, what? So those kinds of things, you never know what they're going to read into. But this jury was done with this case.
The 3-hour turnaround. First of all, when the judge tells you you're going to be deliberating until 10 p.m., that's an additional incentive for you to reach a decision.
He said can deliberate till 10 p.m.
I know.
He didn't say must.
There was one point, and I know the judge has a canned speech after every single jury verdict that comes back, and he talks about all that stuff. He made one remark that made me uncomfortable, though. He said he made a remark about the overwhelming nature of the evidence, and I was like, "Oh, I know your canned speech. That one bugs me a little bit."
I think that's probably his canned speech, though.
It might be. It might be. I was trying to explain it in that fashion. People have a lot of opinions on the judge. I thought he was pretty consistent for the most part. There were a couple of judgment calls I thought were incorrect, but
I thought he was consistent. I liked his demeanor. I think the jury probably likes him. I think the state probably likes him. I like that he flexes on the cases that the Supreme Court sided with him on.
It's true. And the funny thing is, I've made the point, give me a consistent judge. I don't care if they're wrong, as long as they're wrong consistently.
You can figure it out.
I can win in front of a consistent judge that's wrong consistently.
Judge A, and I think everybody forgets. It's like giving birth. You forget how bad it is until it's gone. Judge A's hearsay rulings were not right.
A couple of more. I'm not going to say that out loud. I mean,
You can't. I will say, but they were consistent. And you knew consistently how she was going to rule, even if you disagreed with it. And it's the same with Judge Newman.
My favorite with Judge A is something that I hope people picked up on. And it's something that's not unique to her, but she's very good at it. It's the I'm overruling on the hearsay objection. And it's like she's waiting for the relevance. Like, I'm tipping you off. There's an objection to be made here, but you haven't gotten the right one yet.
Yep.
And just waiting for it.
It's like when you hear the judge go, overruled on that grounds. Oh shit, I've missed something. Yes, you have. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Think it through. Take a step back. Do you want another try?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. It's an interesting verdict, but I can see how they got there. I will be interested to see what they say in the appeal. I wonder if we will get the unsealed stuff that happened with the juror today. What did you think about that this morning?
So I had various thoughts. One, Poot seemed pissed that Sled was doing the interview, which was a confusing thing for me. The fact that Sled is interviewing, but then Judge Newman said that Sled was not doing the interview or interrogation of this juror that said they were talking. The juror's out there communicating.
Sled asked the third parties, but not the juror, but I wasn't quite sure.
And then the juror makes the remark about the ex-husband.
I didn't understand that at all.
Did the ex-husband see her or understand or think she was on the jury and starts emailing the court clerk and saying this person is doing A, B, C, D, E? There was a lot of very confusing things that were occurring about this particular juror. But what I thought was interesting was, yes, Poot made the point about Sled, but at the very end, when the alternate juror, what was that?
I said, of course he made the comment about Sled. The media was there.
Oh yeah, of course. But at the very end of the day, when the alternate juror could have been released, and he said, and Alex gets the opportunity, and that threw me for a loop. I didn't know that was the case. Usually they're held.
Yeah, I was surprised. And then in the chat, so many said, no, in my jurisdiction, it's the same. The alternate's released once the jury starts deliberating. I'm like, what happens if a juror can't come back for deliberations?
Yeah, that's a mistrial. And then you're done because you can't get to a conviction.
Yeah. I thought it was
when Alex said, and this was a question I had because, I thought about this because when Alex says, no, we would like them held, for me, I'm sitting here going, he thinks he likes this jury. That was my initial thought process. But then again, I saw Chris Wilson, the AG, come in and do the direct examination of the last witness in the trial. I'm going,
not Chris Wilson, Alan Wilson.
Alan Wilson. He's a political figure. He's not coming in to embarrass himself. He feels like the jury is going to side with him.
Yes.
And side with the prosecution. That's why he made that appearance. He wanted to be a part of the case and be a part of the case in chief because then he can go to his constituents and get reelected.
Yes.
So he thinks the jury is 100% on his side. So are they just really bad at reading the jury, or did Murdaugh really think he was going to get convicted no matter what? That's the other conclusion I can get to.
I think he really thought he was going to talk his way out of it. He's never been held accountable. He's talked his way out of everything. If the financial crimes showed us anything, it's somebody who thinks that they can be like, oh yeah, that was an error here, we fixed it. I think he thought he could talk his way out of it.
There was no talking way out of that. That was the biggest mistake of this entire trial. I don't care what analysis I go to. I think that Alex Murdaugh taking the stand, you might have had one holdout. You might have had two holdouts. Hell, you might have even gotten, if you had a convincing closing argument, you might have even gotten an NG.
Yep.
I don't know, but you could have. The second he takes the stand, the probability of that outcome decreases substantially.
Yes. Eddie Smith's attorneys have released a statement. Do you want me to read it?
Oh shit. Where is it?
It's on Mandy Matney's Twitter.
Okay.
If you want to pull it up. Okay. But Curtis Eddie Smith's attorneys have released a statement.
This could be a disaster.
It was. Do you want me to? Oh, I can link it to you in the private chat. Hold on.
Yeah, throw me in the private chat.
I forgot I could just link it.
It looks like she did screenshots of it.
Oh, I could screen share. Do you want me to just screen share it?
Yeah, screen share it. I'll pull it up.
Hold on. Can I just do that? Wait. I don't know if that's screen sharing the right screen share. All right. I can screen share it. Does that show it well?
It does. Yeah. Zoom in. There we go. So statement from Eddie Smith's attorney in response to numerous press inquiries concerning our client and various statements made by counsel for Alexander Murdaugh during the trial of the state of South Carolina versus Alex Murdaugh, the undersigned attorneys for Mr. Smith hereby submit the following statement to the public. Wow.
Yep.
It should now be clear that our client had nothing to do with the tragic deaths of Maggie and Paul Murdaugh. For almost a year and a half, speculation, innuendo, half-truths, and outright falsehoods have permeated the public discussion of this case and of our client. However, neither the investigation conducted by law enforcement, which included extensive forensic and technological analysis, nor the evidence and testimony put forth by the defense team for Mr. Murdaugh revealed any evidence that Mr. Smith was in any way involved. There's been extensive discussion and press interest into the reason why Mr. Smith was not called as a witness by the state. And though we in no way speak for the prosecuting attorneys with the Attorney General's office, to us, The reason for not calling Mr. Smith is quite simple. He had no knowledge of anything relating to those horrific deaths. Furthermore, despite months of filings and courtroom statements seeming to imply that Mr. Smith was either the, quote, real killer or knew who was, when the time came to present the evidence, Mr. Murdaugh's defense team never attempted to call Mr. Smith to testify, despite the fact that he was available to do so. In fact, when the issue of his testimony began being presented by the state was raised, it was strenuously objected to by the defense. Ultimately, the jury determined that Mr. Murdaugh was the sole party responsible for the deaths of his wife and son. As has happened so many times in this case, the initial representations by Mr. Murdaugh have proven to be unsubstantiated. Mr. Smith, oh my, this one is an interesting phrase to go out with. Mr. Smith is a good and decent man who was, like so many others, manipulated and taken advantage of by Mr. Murdaugh, and we look forward to the opportunity to present his story at trial. Sincerely, T. Jarrett Bouchette, Amy Roshek.
Not a chance. Sincerely, the attorneys for Curtis Eddie Smith.
Okay. You know, that's one thing to say. You can say that he's a good and decent man that was taken advantage of. But he also shot Alex Murdaugh in the head.
Because he was manipulated by Alex Murdaugh. That's what they said.
Manipulated and shooting him in the...
And Curtis Eddie denies that he shot Alex Murdaugh. He said if I had shot him, he'd be dead. That's what Curtis Eddie Smith's statement was about the roadside shooting, is if I had shot him in the head, he'd be dead.
Mm-hmm.
That was the statement. So...
Okay, this is going to be fun. This is going to be really interesting. I mean, this entire... And didn't he deal drugs? Not just to Murdaugh?
I don't know. He's been accused of that. I don't know much about Curtis Eddie Smith, other than he got a shit ton of checks from Alex Murdaugh.
Oh,
What did he
why
get a
the
shit
press
ton
release?
for?
Why the press release, though? This is going to be funny.
You know why the press release, Rob?
Oh.
They want to clear his name in the court of public opinion before he goes to trial. That's why
they do. They do.
And
they
it's
do.
an appropriate time for a release. They can't just do it willy-nilly.
That's
So,
true. They thought of that real quick.
Yep. They sure did.
Man, they thought of that real quick. That thing, that was what's an hour after the verdict? They probably had
they
that
were
thing
probably
drafted for
ready.
a while.
They were probably ready.
Oh my gosh. Do you think, is Court TV, if that thing goes to trial, is Court TV going to cover that trial?
They have to. If not, I will. I will find
That
it.
was the question. Brandon, thanks for the question. Yeah, if it's Eddie Smith. Yeah, Curtis Smith.
It has to be. The Stephen
imagine
Smith
it wouldn't
case isn't been the Stephen Smith case. No one's been charged in, so we don't know what'll happen with that case. No one's been charged.
Here's a comment about the juror. So apparently the ex-husband posted on social media, then deleted it. I guess.
I don't know.
It just...
I don't know. We've seen so many fake jurors posting. We've seen fake Reddit posts and fake Twitter or fake TikTok accounts and things like that. I just don't know.
I don't know if the juror makes a difference there. Yes, Poot not being happy. I get it. Thanks, E-Watching, for the question. I just don't think it makes a big difference.
Oh, Poot's never happy.
No, he was never happy.
Object. But obviously, he didn't object enough. I think Poot makes a record for the media and for the court, but they have affidavits from 3 people that this juror spoke to. That's not like a close case. If this juror talked to the case about the case at all with anyone, it's done. It's not close.
That's it. The fact that they had a single statement out of court regarding any of this.
Yes. It's done. You're done. Yep.
And I get FitzNews is saying they're steadfast, not guilty. I also don't put a whole lot of credit in what jurors are saying outside the presence of the. I don't put a whole lot of faith there. That juror could be out there at a friends gathering saying, "I have him not guilty." 10 ways from Sunday.
I also saw media reporting saying that juror said we're all on the same page to a different outlet.
Yeah, so I don't really trust a lot of the reporting around that. The only thing that I can see is the evidence is being presented in court and how it's being argued. That's the only thing I can see. I can't speculate how the jury got to the decision they reached. So I don't know.
Yep.
It was just kind of, it was a little bit weird. This is a funny question though. When's the next book reading? You mean of this book that got sent to me? Yeah. Which one's, the Linda's tight clam needs loosening. Then you've got Brenda's drinking from the furry cup.
It
And you
took
had
a
Brenda's.
twist. It got more murdery than I expected.
I saw the murdery part, but this one was sent to me hung like a horse.
I don't know where Brenda's beaver went. Brenda's beaver's missing.
Brenda's beaver is missing.
Brenda's beaver is missing. I don't know where it went.
Yeah.
Somewhere. If my kid took it, I'm gonna be pissed.
That would be a conversation.
My teen walked in and he was like, "What is this?" I'm like, "I dare you."
Uh-huh.
And he was like, "I don't think I want to know." I'm like,
Nope. Nope.
Rob, can I tell you the most fun thing about having teens?
Please do.
Is he says that's what she said all the time, and it's so fucking funny.
Is the context correct when he says it? though?
Always, every single time.
Really?
My teen is a very witty, dry sense of humor kid. But he's also the well actually kid because I am too. So when his teacher was talking in class about like Aphrodite and Cupid for something, he's like, well, actually, one's Greek and one's Roman, so they don't quite go together. Like the Roman equivalent of this is this, and the Greek equivalent is that. And he's like, so that's not really accurate. He's that kid. I adore him.
Yeah. Well, kids are kids
and
are
I don't get along. I'm like, gee, I wonder why.
well, and that's the thing. Kids are little shits. Not in a bad way, but they tend to say the most savage things in the right particular moment that is there to crush your soul, whether it's to, oh my gosh, amazing things. Like
It's delightful. It's absolutely delightful. It's very fun because there's times he now texts me memes and I'm just like, it's my love language. He's like, meme. The other day he sent me a meme that was just a guy on like Instagram. He's like, I don't know what HD is, but my doctor says I have 80 of them. And
yeah, that one's a fun one. I like that one. I did have a discussion with one of my nieces, though. One of my nieces, this is my friend's kid, not my direct niece. And they said, I saw that on TikTok, 8 years old. And I was going, you saw that on what? You saw that on what? And it says, well, it's not TikTok, it was YouTube. And I was like, and the mom is sitting here freaking out going, when did you get TikTok?
They
and I'm sitting there going, it's probably YouTube Shorts. It's probably YouTube Shorts.
They're all re-uploaded to YouTube Shorts. All re-uploaded to YouTube Shorts.
And just the idea that the 8-year-old would have access to TikTok scares the ever living hell out of me.
It's all re-uploaded to YouTube Shorts.
Yeah.
Yes. So it's kind of the same.
It's been interesting content.
Well, my 11-year-old still says that I'm not a real YouTuber because I don't have an M after my number of subscribers. So
you're getting close.
There's that. He's going to raise the limit to 10M. He's going to be like, well, it's not a diamond play button.
I know. That's the thing. It's always going to be a moving target. It's always going to be a moving target. Shalon, thank you very much. That's very generous of you. I watched you two and Peter, then watched a few seconds of another stream. I was just reminded how much I appreciate the way the three of you treat people. It's nice to have a safe place to disagree on the internet without a creator making you feel attacked.
We should disagree. I disagree.
Yeah. I've made this comment, especially about this particular case, is that I would very much like to see civil discourse and disagreement re-enter the conversation between adults. They can actually act like adults. We can have disagreements. I can disagree with Emily all the time. Hell, if she and I were in the courtroom, we'd probably fight like hell. But then again,
we'd enjoy going to lunch together, though.
That's the thing. We would end that discussion, go to lunch, and then say, hey, you were totally wrong. Yeah, right, dumbass. And then but still be best of friends. That's how that works. And that's how it needs to work going forward. I don't like people that are just ultimately, in this particular case especially, I think everyone is right. If you thought he was guilty, you're right. If you thought there was a possibility of him being proven innocent, you're right. If you disagree with all of us, you're also right.
Yep. And that's why this case is so hard. This case was not ever easy. This was not ever clear-cut for me. Never a clear-cut case. Still not a clear-cut case. There were people who were like, Emily, he came back guilty. How do you feel about this case? Still wouldn't have filed it. The fact that a jury found guilty is fine. I come from a different jurisdiction. I internally would have wanted more. It doesn't make this prosecution team wrong. It just makes it different. And I'm allowed to disagree with how they got there. The jury agrees with them. That's their jurisdiction. They know
Yep.
it better than I do. And I trust them to know it better than I do.
Yep.
It's still not comfortable for me. There are still questions in this case. And I think when you look at any given chat, people are still hung on this case. I saw much more concurrence and congruence with Depp v. Heard than I've seen with this case. I think there's much more divergence in this case. But I respect that the jury made the decision that they believe. I respect that this jury believed beyond a reasonable doubt that he did it. I respect that. And that's where we're at. There will be an appeal. I don't think it'll be overturned. But I like being able to disagree. It's the way we all grow. We don't grow if we don't respectfully disagree, and just shaming people about their thoughts, their opinion, their languaging, whatever, doesn't get us anywhere, and it doesn't help us all move forward.
I will tell you though, I don't want to ever be investigated by South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, or
Well,
I
I
don't know anyone.
I sure do, but I also wonder how much of that was
Murdaugh.
Murdaugh. How much
possible.
deference they gave to him because he was him.
It's possible. There's so much in this trial, and this trial is not an example of.
It cuts both ways, Rob.
I know.
Did they do a shit investigation, or were they being so deferential they didn't serve a search warrant because they didn't want to put people out of their house? I have never seen that. You know what I see? People who aren't suspects in any way being taken out of their house in handcuffs and sat on the curb while a search warrant is issued.
The other
I've
part
never
is
seen that
just-
difference ever.
the amount of burden shifting that the prosecution argued in this
fair.
case made me really pissed. That really pissed me off. There was so much burden shifting being argued openly that it drove me nuts.
Why didn't he do this? Well, he doesn't have to do shit. The problem is, I think for the defense, Poot started off with, "We will prove him innocent."
That's a problem.
Yeah,
You can't oversell.
a lot of
And
problems.
Poot oversold at every single step of the way.
Mhm.
It drove me wild. This case is going to drive me. It's going to drive a lot of people crazy. There's going to be opinions on
And
this
then
one. going
Creighton
left
tried
and
an entire ass financial case in the middle of it.
Yep. Which
Rehashed the entire thing in his closing, which could have been so truncated.
I thought Creighton's closing argument would have been better if he went straight to the timeline. This is why he did it. This is how he did it. This is exactly the circumstances that existed that night. Boom. Give me my guilty.
But I think he wanted to get them overnight, and he wanted them to think on his closing overnight.
And that right there, Peter made the comment. He texted me about it. He said, he says, I don't care. It might be an unpopular opinion. I would have begged the judge for 10 minutes at the end of the day to start my close. If I was Jim, like, give me 10 minutes, judge, 10 minutes, just to hammer some of those questions
And
right
the judge
away.
would have given it to him if they asked, but the judge said, "You are entitled to a jury that's fresh."
Uninterrupted. Yep.
Yep.
I would have begged for the 10 minutes. So
The prosecution wanted their closing to sit with the jury overnight. And Jim Griffin needed to overcome that, and he didn't. And then they brought in Meadors, who was just like, Bubba. Thank Jesus.
Oh my word.
It was different, but I thought that Griffin, what did you think of Griffin's doorway presentation?
I don't know, but I think someone might have thoughts.
Hello.
Ian, did you see Griffin's doorway presentation today? Did you see any of the closing argument? I know you watched closing.
I watched most of it. I couldn't see all of it, but I watched most of it.
You actually have a job and stuff. I get it.
Yeah, I was listening to it while I was doing, legal work.
Yeah.
The doorway presentation, I didn't see it because I was listening to it. So what are we talking about here?
He was in the doorway talking about the fact that it's a 1 in a million shot to Paul, and that the murderer would have thought that Paul was felled and was going to put down one gun and switch guns, and then picked up the shotgun.
Ian,
and
it was my explanation for the only way that it could have happened.
Yep.
Remember when I told you the only way it could have feasibly happened? Not even just the difficulty of it.
I just have some real issues with sort of this whole idea of like the two-gun situation, because you do stuff like this sometimes in competition shooting, but I mean, as a plan, it seems really.
Do we think this was planned?
I mean, if it's not planned, then it makes even less sense, right? Because
Be right back, guys. Give me 1 minute.
oh yeah,
Oh,
no worries.
okay. He just trusts us. Ian, hi.
Hi, how you doing?
What should we do?
I mean, we can't get up to too much mischief. We like
You
Rob.
did make him eat all of the spicy hot wings.
That is true.
I don't know if there's much more we can do, but were you surprised with the verdict?
A little. I mean, at the end of the day, this one was so everywhere that it was like, yeah, I can see reasons why they might convict, why they might acquit, why they might everything. A lot of the dissatisfaction I had, and when I said this on other streams, I'm like, I'm dissatisfied with a lot of this evidence. I'm not sure if the jury will be.
Yeah.
Because sometimes I'm looking at this going, okay, I know that some of this firearm stuff is bunk, but does the jury know? They shouldn't know, right? They shouldn't actually have that background. And
I
if
was surprised the defense didn't bring in an expert on the tool marking. They called the expert vigorously. I thought they would have brought somebody in on the tool marking.
Didn't they plan to?
I thought they did on their witness list. I don't know why they didn't.
Because, I mean, I'm not a big fan of a lot of, this tool mark analysis until and unless we get some better studies of it. But the underlying assumptions just seem to be a problem. Like, okay, so sure, everything, when you have a tool, it marks the surface and the surface marks the tool. But that question of how do we know that this is unique is, I think that's a stretch. I don't think that's supported at this stage. So, but I mean, if you don't counter that effectively,
right.
And I think that part of this is that, I've said this before on videos. It's like, hey, this is admissible under our current standards of evidence, but maybe it shouldn't be. Maybe our standards are bad. And, we allow stuff in that we say, oh yeah, this is going to be potentially helpful to the jury, but we don't really consider how much of it could be actually harmful if we, and for how long was bite mark analysis considered okay?
Fiber analysis, hair analysis, where it's not DNA matching.
As our technology improves,
and
as our technology changes, our laws also need to keep up with as technology changes. So as machining weapons gets more standard, you also look for updates in the law. I don't know if that'll be the ultimate thing that this jury hung their hat on. I think it's what it was Alex's testimony and the dog kennel video, but I think it's a reasonable question. But I was very surprised the defense didn't bring an expert to rebut that and instead brought in the rebuttal pathologist, when clearly Poot could have just rattled the state's pathologist enough to get her to backtrack on everything she said.
First of all, that people are going to hate me for saying this. That was a great cross. You can hate Poot all you want. He got the pathologist rattled, and he was making the point. He got it to the point where the pathologist was so frustrated with the questioning. The pathologist actually said she could see how another pathologist could reach the conclusion that Poot was asking for.
And they never argued it in close.
I know.
I thought their close was rambling. I thought it was unfocused. It may have been that Poot. Well, no, that verdict was too fast to say that Poot lost it in the close. He had to have lost it a long time before that. But that close wouldn't move the needle. And I kind of wonder if his close was rambling and unfocused because he's sitting there staring at a jury that is probably doing
that he knows is going to convict his client. I don't know. That's possible.
But I mean, it didn't feel like a good close to me.
He didn't talk about the pathologist saying there are reasonable explanations, and he didn't talk about the state's last expert saying it's reasonable that there's 2 shooters. They didn't argue the state's own witnesses giving you reasonable doubt at all. They didn't argue not once.
And a lot of the time, Poot's close seemed to be like solving the prosecution's problems.
Griffin's close, yeah.
Sorry, Griffin's close, not Poot. Yeah. They seem to be solving their problems. Like, oh, sure, he could have done it like this. And I'm like, why are you saying that?
And then
why are these words coming out of your mouth?
He conceded. He's like, well, yeah, a 6'4" person could be on their knee. I'm like, why are you conceding that point? You brought in a whole ass expert from the north where they don't even have ARs.
That part.
You brought in
that part. The shade.
The shade.
The
You brought in a
Connecticut
whole ass expert
shade.
from Connecticut. And then you concede the point in closing. That expert said there is no way Alec could have done this shooting. And then in closing, he's like, oh yeah, he could have just taken a knee. What the fuck?
Yeah. And
explain that to me. I don't understand.
I don't get it. And I mean, people, that whole like taking a knee thing, there's that video that's been floating around floating around Twitter, where they show the guy, the like shot and then changing guns and shoots again, thing. Watching that, I'm just like, so the theory is he's shooting from the hip while kneeling?
Why couldn't they have this is the thing. Emily is 100% right. Why don't you have someone who's a shooter who can be qualified in the expert skill and trade of marksmanship?
Hey, Runkle. He's probably
fucking testify to it. It drove me wild. I was asking shooters at the Gundys, which Runkle won the Gundys. Congratulations, Ian.
Wait,
well, I won one award at
a Gundy.
I won Breakout Content Creator. I'm kind of sad that I didn't win Voice of the Second Amendment, although
as
I
a
think
Canadian, that would have been delightful.
It would have been hilarious. It's the right call for
Emily. Did you
for
notice
that.
something behind me?
I did, and I saw it in the group text, so I had more knowledge of Runkle giving you his award-winning tie. I think it's adorable. I love that you guys had so much fun running around in Texas together.
It was funny. We're at the hotel, and he's like, "I'm just gonna go check out. Throw your bag in the in the back." And I'm like, "This is too perfect. Like, this is the moment."
I love that Runkle's pure enough that he thought putting a tie in Rob's luggage would be funny. I would have put something much more nefarious in Rob's luggage.
I don't know that I would
security.
trust you. I wouldn't trust. Like, I trust Ian around my luggage. I don't know. I mean, although I don't know if I should
I
have
would
because
never
he
get you in
was
legal
firing
trouble.
firearms.
I would never get you in legal trouble. It would only be funny.
Okay, that's all fair. People can make funny jokes and do all that kind of stuff.
Battery
So maybe
operated.
like, I was gonna say like a
God.
different kind of yodeling pickle goes into his luggage to be found in security.
And then I get stopped at
Or
security, and
this
then have to
kind of
explain.
yodeling pickle might cause enough questions. I'm sorry, TSA. It's a yodeling pickle. I don't understand how it got here.
Oh no!
If you
Oh,
unpack it, it might push.
Sorry.
Runkle, what did you say?
Well, I said sorry. My alarm was going off there.
I didn't know what you were.
With the yodeling pickle.
I thought we were singing along. What did I think of the cell phone guy? I don't know how that's evidence.
That wasn't evidence. That was fucking ridiculous. Like,
It was
That was the guy who threw his cell phone around.
Yeah,
and-
that was the cell phone throwing guy.
It gave one of the best closing arguments of this trial with Barber's head exploding, literally going, so you sat in your office and threw your phone around?
Yeah.
Yeah. And the guy's answers were great. He was like, yes.
Yes.
He didn't back away from his answers at all. Look, if you have to have an expert witness answer to ridiculous shit, that dude is the model. He was like, yep. That's what I did.
He did. But then Barber goes, do you know how an accelerometer works? No.
Nope.
Do you know at what force did you measure the type of force that you would need? Because there is a way to measure the newtons of force that you would have to do. No. How many times did you throw it? Maybe 100.
Yeah, just hucked his phone around. Did you take any notes? No.
No.
Oh,
Did you record it? No.
No.
Photographs? No.
Nope, none.
And you did this in the middle of trial? Yeah.
Yeah. No notice to defense? No.
No.
Your Honor, we'd like to move to strike this experiment. It wasn't scientific. And the judge is like, yeah, he said it wasn't scientific. You didn't voir dire him on what he was going to be testifying about. So you accepted him as an expert. They're like, we accepted him as an expert in cell phone forensics. How is this forensics? And the judge is like, huh?
Well,
It
it's
was
even
wild.
funnier
I'm surprised it didn't
because
get taken.
last freaking week or two, however long this trial was, I feel like maybe it had in the beginning of this month, when the first cell phone testimony comes in about the yeeting of the phone, I walked around my house and tossed my phone on like different things to see if it would wake up. Because I know when it says the camera's looking and they make the argument, if the camera had seen Maggie's face, would it have opened? And I'll tell you right now, I will put this thing up to my face and it opens maybe 20% of the damn time.
Oh, mine wakes. It opens almost every single time. It likes
They're right. So now is it wait? Nope. No, it's not awake.
I mean,
oh, it woke up. But
what happens if you throw it on
Gotta be
different
gentle with
surfaces?
it.
Because like
if you're too
touch-
violent with it. it
oh, the
shuts down.
gentle versus the aggressive. You have to lift the phone gently. If you lift
Sometimes
it
you need to
aggressive,
be aggressive with it to turn it on, but not in this context.
Emily, that's what she said.
that's just oh my god.
That's my first appropriately timed. That's what she said. Got it. Oh,
But still, like if you throw it onto something that might activate the touch screen, because like does wet grass activate
Like
the touch screen?
moist trunkle.
it is just. It's.
Rob, I'm glad we've made you laugh this evening. That was really my only goal.
I needed that. That was the closing argument frustrated the ever living hell out of me because there was
Well,
so
that-
much that was left on the table. And then to go from that closing argument to go to this not surprise, like the really quick turnaround on a jury verdict that I wasn't really anticipating at that moment.
Yep.
But covering that and then going to the AG's press conference, I just wasn't happy.
I mean,
Sure.
that verdict came out and it was like the lawyers didn't even really have time to go to the bathroom before there's like jury's back.
No,
I did.
still haven't eaten. I've drinking whiskey. I've drinking whiskey. I've had whiskey. I still haven't eaten. Yep. I
Yeah.
thought I would have a little bit of time.
Yeah.
I haven't. What time is it? Oh, it's 9:30. I'm gonna have to go soon because we
Yeah.
have a jury in the morning.
Oh, we do.
Oh, we have not a jury, sentencing in the morning.
Sentencing at 9:30. Yeah, Ian, did you catch that part?
Yep.
Sentencing 9:30 in the morning.
It's
That's
so fast.
insanely fast. I thought
Right?
they were going to take some like,
A month,
hey,
2.
yeah,
See,
like, hey, let's put this over for you guys to get everything together for, and they're just like, nah, we're doing this
This
tomorrow.
has to be the regionally appropriate practice, though, because the judge is like, well, we don't have time tonight. So the presumption was that sentencing follows verdict immediately. But the judge
That
said the
is so
victims
fast.
have rights, and there are victim rights to be present and speak. What time can the state be ready? 9:30. I was like, the fuck? And then defense, when can you be ready? 9:30. I was like,
I've had judges do that
Okay.
to me before. Like they're sitting there and you just finish a trial on something like an aggravated assault, and they're like, "So, are you ready to go on sentencing?" It's like, no, I'm gonna want some reports prepared. I'm gonna want this, and they're like, "What do you mean you're not ready to go right now?" It's like, well, I kind of anticipate an acquittal, Your Honor. It's
but what do you want on this case? The sentence is 30 years to life on each murder. What do you need?
I kind of feel like he's going to get life on both. Is
Right.
kind of
with
my
with
thought.
the gravity of the offense, with the nature in which it was pulled, in which it was.
And knowing that he's getting life on the financial crimes, knowing that's coming.
Yeah,
I mean, at
he's
this point,
getting max. This is an easy max.
Yep. Oh, Runkle, can I ask you a question that I saw a lot in my chat?
yes.
When you're in trial, what do you do over the lunch break with your defendant? Do you get to talk to them? Do you not talk to them? How does that work?
Really depends on the defendant, because some people I just want to babysit to make sure they don't get into trouble. That's a thing sometimes, because I had a client who was picked up for an impaired once. We ran a trial first half day. He got arrested for another impaired on his way back. It really didn't go well. So that got me to think that
You
some
went and
clients,
drank at lunch and then
yes,
got pulled over on the way back to the courthouse.
well, specifically, he pulled up to the courthouse drunk, got out, and the same cop went, "You're not supposed to be driving."
Yeah, that'll.
And then, went over to him to be like, "I'm going to arrest you for the driving." And also, what the hell? So,
Yep.
yeah, we had a problem with that. So that ended up being a mistrial. But some clients you want to talk to, some of them you want to talk strategy, and sometimes it's just like, I need to be alone. I need to focus on this. Please go away.
I need to.
Because if I'm getting ready for we've just had a break, I'm going to be coming back for my cross afterwards. Sometimes I'm like, leave me alone. I want to get ready for this. I want to come back. It's tough, right? Because you also have to manage the client's emotions. The client is stressed. The client is all sorts of things. And so you kind of have to play it by ear as to what you can and can't do and so forth. But yeah, don't ever let them, go out drinking if it's an impaired. I didn't know that that's what the guy was going to do. He just was like, I'm going to go get some lunch.
My misdemeanor courthouses, because that's normally where they process a lot of the DUI cases, always had a bailiff in the parking lot because the defendants would get convicted or would plea and then would have all the no driving conditions and would walk out of court and get in the car.
Oh, that happens all the time.
They would watch them leave, follow them out of the courthouse, and pull them over.
Yeah, I tell my clients, like, you need to be aware that the cop is going to watch you.
They're going to watch you leave
and
get a ride.
And one case, I was like, "How are you getting home?" The guy's like, and I'm like, "Yeah, give me your keys." He's like, "What?" Like, "Give me your keys." Like, you're not doing this.
Mhm.
He was a little annoyed, but I was like, I will drive you. I will give you your keys when you get home, but you need to get somebody else to pick up your car because they're waiting for you. They're super waiting for you.
Yep.
And I can tell you the sentencing goes way up if you are, because you get an order banning you from driving for however many years. And the sentencing is not gentle if you drive immediately afterwards.
Yeah, you walk out of the court into your vehicle. The DA is immediately arguing that you're not taking it seriously at all.
Yeah, not to mention your conduct after being charged and being subjected to the criminal process is subject to consideration at sentencing.
Yep, it was.
They would have just been sentenced. They get a new charge.
Oh, that's yeah.
They would have just been sentenced. They get a new charge. And then they get maxed on the new charge.
It can be hard to get bail on the new charge, even though it's something like a driving charge, that normally, it's like, oh, well, you were immediately given this order. You immediately violated it. What order can we put on you that will stop you from violating these things? Yep. It gets to be a tough argument for defense. Like, I don't know. He'll totally follow the rules this time, please.
I swear, y'all, I have not eaten dinner yet.
Go get some food.
Oh, I appreciate you. Sorry, Runkle, to leave after you came in.
No worries.
It's so good to get to chat about this case with all of you. I will talk to you soon. Oh, thank you, Nancy. I appreciate that. I'm really proud of my TED Talk, so thank you. I like it.
Sometime soon, I'm going to start a weekly show thing. I figure out when.
And we're going to watch Legally Blonde. This trial is over. I promised we were going to watch Legally Blonde when this trial was over.
Now that this trial is over.
I've been waiting for this trial to, because I have a video that I'm probably going to have to re-record where I was talking about which movies best sum things up. And my discussion is like, well, I haven't actually seen Legally Blonde because I don't want to watch it now that we've got
out, and then we'll do it, and then you can put it out again. Legally Blonde's pretty good, though. It doesn't mess. Well, we'll see. I don't want to spoil. No spoilers. We'll have to do a panel where we watch Legally Blonde. We'll go watch it on your channel. You're going to have to tell me how to do it, how to set it up so we don't get all of the copyright issues. And we'll just do a Legally Blonde night together.
I think that there's a way to do it with so that the audience can watch the thing on some other thing and we just sync it up to.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
We'll figure it out. We'll watch it along together. And we'll do a whole Legally Blind viewing party now that this is done. My Cousin Vinny is one of my favorite law movies. I know a lot of people go with like 12 Angry Men and stuff like that. My Cousin Vinny is one of my favorite fucking law movies ever.
There's so many videos I could do and want to do about like My Cousin Vinny, about each little segment of it. There's just so much good stuff in it.
I want to know who the lawyers that consulted on that movie were, because they did a great job.
They really did. They did, like all the way down to the objections and everything.
I understand that one of the people involved in making it was a lawyer, but yeah, I mean, there's so many pieces that just feel like they actually
know.
Yep. I mean, heck, just the feeling of like the judge is against you from the outset, and the judge isn't doing anything that's like wildly improper, but is also very much has an opinion. Even that feels right. Yeah, everything on that. Just, I love the bit with Discovery. I'm going to go and talk with them and, oh, look, I got all this stuff just for asking. All this
information, just asked about it.
He has to give that to you, dumbass.
So good.
We will do a Legally Blonde watch party. Thank you to both of you. It's so good to see you. Thank you for letting me chat. So sentencing tomorrow, probably like
9:30.
Not to spoil it for everybody, but we'll get to hear the judge things. We'll get to hear from the judge.
That's true. You actually do get the judge's remarks on a lot of this, so we'll get to hear that.
I've seen judges go off and close in their sentencings. One of the times where I saw the judge yell, like with his whole chest, was a murder for hire case. I don't think we'll see this judge yell, but I think we're going to hear what he has to say. He's got thoughts.
I feel like he's a strongly disappointed kind of judge.
Yep.
Like, where he's going to just say, he kind of reminds me of a judge that we had here who, when she was yelling, you knew that you were getting a light sentence. But when she started speaking very nicely and very politely and adopted you're just like, oh my God. No.
I know judges like that too. And they smile at you. They say, I listened to all of the arguments of counsel and I was able to weigh the witness credibility from the stand in the moment. And I've assessed the judgment and you're just going, I'm so screwed.
Yeah. She would yell at people before cutting them a break, because then basically the yelling at them is part of the sentence.
Yeah.
And when she was getting quiet and getting like, methodical and the very I'm disappointed in you kind of thing, you knew that she was appeal proofing her, she didn't want an argument that she had been excess. And
a lot of people are more deadly when they're quiet.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
More dangerous. I should say more dangerous when they're quiet.
And
when
I feel like
calm, be worried.
I feel like this is probably the angle we'll see from this judge, but maybe not. I mean,
no, I think we'll see. I think we'll see this judge really leaning into what he thought about the strength of the evidence to say, I think that this jury came to the right verdict, if that's what he believed. And to tell Alec, no, we don't believe this was a sleight of hand. We believe you did this. I think
we'll probably hear that.
Yeah.
So with that, gentlemen, thank you so much. Chat, thank you so much. It's good to see you. I appreciate you. See you in the morning.
Thanks, Emily. See you then.
Bye.
See you in the morning.
Okay. With the marathon live stream, Ian, what were you doing today besides watching the case and going crazy?
A lot of reviewing stuff for appeals.
Oh, writing or reviewing?
A little bit of both. So like writing opinions.
That's frustrating. Did you get a chance to look at the chat I sent you earlier that Kristen made something for the robot jury?
I did. It looks awesome. Kristen is amazing.
That Mrs. Hoglaw now has her own robot.
I love it.
Isn't that great? That made me really happy. So, yeah. Appeal stuff was a pain in the butt. I was angrily typing a counterclaim listening to that closing argument. I could hear the keyboard as I was getting angrier and angrier as Jim Griffin kept on talking. And I was just going, I'm going to break this damn keyboard.
I just wanted to like go there and like staple his shoes to the ground. Not Griffin, the other guy.
Meadors.
Meadors, yeah.
Just tack him down. Like, stop sprinting.
Stop moving.
Stop. Stay still. Or if you're gonna move, just move slowly and methodically, not just sprint back and forth. It was fun. Yeah. Angry typing was how it was meant. Okay. I'm going to do this. I'm going to pull up a bunch of the questions. I'm going to try to hit the questions. I thank everyone for being here. This was not expected to be a 4-hour live stream. I have work tomorrow, I have meetings and stuff I have to get done. So I'm going to try and get as much of these as I can. And then we're going to have to wrap up. I'm sorry if I do miss your super chat. I'm going to try and pull up the questions the best I can. Thank you guys for being here. All of the law nerds that Emily brought over. Ian, thank you for jumping in. Did you get the package I sent via USPS? Yes, I did. I have to open packages. I've been so focused on this damn trial. It's amazing. Like, ADHD is a superpower, but it only goes so far. When you're listening,
it's a superpower when it's not a super weakness.
Yeah. When you're listening to an argument and you're listening to court on one screen, have a pleading open on another, and are trying to pay attention to emails that are coming in other cases, I am good at multitasking. Holy crap. This case stressed all of that. So I have a lot of people to get back to and talk to, but this case was pretty wild. Let me see here. There was a gun question I wanted to pull up for you, my friend. What if the gun was a AR platform with master key?
I mean, not a lot of people running master keys. That it's theoretically possible, but a master key would be odd. Just, I guess, for the chat, the master key is a shotgun system that is an underbarrel shotgun. And it's got a 3-round magazine if you're using the official master key, although there's lots of variations to it that might have a smaller, or typically a lot of the variations are single shot. It seems unlikely here, but it's possible. I mean, maybe.
It is, but where that you would have thought, because you would have thought there would have been testimony on where that gun was acquired.
You'd think somebody would discuss, hey, this is what we're running, that they had it before.
Because that's a pretty significant mod.
Yeah, it's not a lot of people run that because they're just not that useful.
Do you think I can show it? No.
The master key? Yeah, I don't see a reason why you couldn't. There's various variations to it. Like there's there's a much larger capacity one that is now in use with the military, I think. What is it? I'm gonna have to look it up.
Because people this is a question people are it's confusing the heck out of them. I'm just gonna do this. YouTube gods, I'm doing this for scientific purposes. This is no way. This is just to show people what we're talking about. That's the master key. Right underneath. You see that setup underneath the front rail?
Yeah. Now I think it's the hold on, give me a second. The M26 modular accessory shotgun system, which is what the military uses now. But the thing is that people don't typically use the master key or this other thing for, it's not typically used for lethality. Like you're not typically loading. So often what they add for that is door breaching shells, because those are used to like knock a lock out.
Yep.
Or sometimes they use it to add less lethal capabilities, like rubber bullets.
Mm-hmm. In that case, you're more concerned about putting your meat hook on the wrong boom stick.
Yep. That is
because one of those is going to be bean bags, and then the other thing that causes the boom is going to be not bean bags.
Yep. But I mean, typically, if you're doing stuff that a soldier is pointing a rifle at you, you probably
And
Yeah.
that's what I was going to get at, because people were saying you don't use it to hunt hogs. Nope, this is a person device. This is a person limiting device, commonly commonly utilized by law enforcement.
I mean, I actually could see a use for it for hunting.
But
It's just not like, I mean, my dad's got a gun that's a 22-410 over under. And I'm planning on buying a 22-20 gauge over under.
I like the 410s.
I'd like the 410s, except you can't use a 410 for deer out here. So you can use a 20 gauge. So I'd probably get the 22-20 gauge.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, a 22 and shotgun combination. So you've got the rifle on the top and then the shotgun on the bottom is great for grouse. Because often grouse if you're not familiar with grouse, they're a small bird. Yep. They like to hang out on the ground, but they can fly. And so you see it on the ground, you take a shot with the 22. If you miss, or if it flies before you get the shot off with the 22, then you get the shotgun to solve your problem. Grouse come in, at least in my area, they come in two flavors, and one of them tastes like pine trees, so you don't want to shoot those ones. But the other thing, my dad used to go hunting with 22-410, and where he was as a kid, it was legal to hunt deer with a 410 shotgun shell. So he'd be out looking for grouse, and then when he sees a deer, if he's got a deer tag, it's like, okay, throw in the slug, and then you can take the deer. But I don't like. So I could see like going out hunting a deer with the you've got the AR platform rifle for deer, and then shoot the keep that for if there's birds. I could see it. I went out deer hunting and saw a grouse repeatedly. Couldn't and I'm like, I can't shoot this grouse because all I've got is my rifle, and I'm not going to take a shot at a grouse in air or on the ground.
A rifle? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a 270. Like, you shoot a grouse with that, all you're doing is just killing something, right? And I want to eat the grouse. That's the whole purpose of the whole thing. So
my grandfather had a 410. It was my favorite. It was called Snake Charmer, because he lived in the desert, and you can't use rifle to shoot a diamondback. But those little 410s, they do great.
410 will do it. And the funny thing, I was getting nowhere trying to hunt this deer. It was fairly clear that the property that I had permission on, because you got to have permission when you're out hunting. There had been a really large deer there, but it had also left like 3 days before. None of the tracks were like within 3 days. So either somebody else shot it, or it just moved, right? They do that. So I eventually, because this one grouse kept flushing in the same spot, I was like, I got a bird permit. I'm going to get that grouse. So I went and got a shotgun, went to see that thing, and the grouse didn't flush. It was gone. But I did see a rabbit. So I ended up having rabbit stew that night instead of anything else. Not a new mic, same mic.
Okay. Jim, yep, he did this. He painted a picture of Alex Murdaugh naked on a golf cart. He didn't have to do that. That's what Ian was saying earlier. Why did you do that?
Wait, so I have questions.
Jim Griffin, in making the argument, he was basically saying, what is the state having you believe? That he hosed down there, shed his clothes, and then drove up there naked in the golf cart?
Oh, yes, I did hear that. I was like,
why? Why did you? You are defense counsel.
And then Mudders was going, you heard him. He explained exactly how it could happen.
Kind of, yeah.
And I'm like, you can't just feed them a plausible story. If you're going to do that thing of like, they would have you believe, it's got to be completely implausible. And you've got to finish that up. Like when you say their theory is this and that and the other, by then saying, but if that happened, like, then you'd have this problem. You have to show the impossibility. And he just kind of goes, here's a possible scenario, I guess. Like, why? So,
Yeah. So
ooh,
this is
Civil
cool,
War
Roro.
rifle. Nice. Absolutely down for friendly banter.
Yep. Mickey, thank you much. The jurors were guilty for not understanding the meaning of beyond a reasonable doubt. There was a lot of reasonable doubt, and the judge made rulings violating his rights. Disheartening. I can see how people can reach that conclusion, but again, I can see how a lot of people can reach varying conclusions in this particular case. I thought that Alex Murdaugh, his decision to take the stand himself was
Bad.
I think if it was just the facts and arguing the law, this thing would be a lot stronger than it was.
I mean, here's the thing. He's a complete liar, right? And the problem is that jurors really have a tough time parsing out. And I mean, you know, can you blame them? Parsing out the difference between this guy is a liar and then the next step of, did he actually do murders? And that's the problem, is once he gets up there and looks like a liar and looks like a weasel, they want to convict him.
And that's the biggest problem that a lot of people are saying. So you're convicting him of being a liar. The thing is, when you get to him being, and I've made my opinion on this one pretty clear, the doubt that I had formulated leading up to this, the matter being handed over to the jury, assumed that everything he told me was a lie. That's me. That's me looking at this from a lawyer. I feel like I could have delivered a closing argument today with my knowledge of the facts. I could have argued that close. I also probably could have argued the prosecution's close.
I mean, I haven't watched the entire trial, but there was certainly stuff that I was like, why is this not in your close, defense team?
Yeah.
The other, I don't, they weren't, were they time limited on their close?
No, he didn't. Griffin was too disjointed. I think he could have laid it out methodically and gone for at least 3 to 4 hours.
I mean, I think he should have run out the clock.
I would have gone as far. I would have taken the day.
Yep. You just block it out, because the last thing you want is, okay, let's close it off on their rebuttal. You want to have them with a, you want to leave them with your thoughts for the day, but you also need to have a plan. Like it.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see like the end of his close?
I
was like, wait, he's done? Like it almost felt like he ended mid-sentence.
It was very disjointed. I was very confused. I was confused and conflicted. Erica, thank you. The fact the defense was pissed after you didn't have notes and none of their experts had any records to show either. That's a difference in the burden. And I have explained this rather thoroughly on my channel about this particular issue. Experts don't have to produce anything unless they have to produce a report. If they write a report, the common thing that most attorneys will do, both prosecution and defense, is they will speak to their experts and have them deliberately not prepare a report until the very day or the day before trial. Now, the difference is the state's case. Everything the state gathers in the way of evidence must be turned over under Brady. Everything, which means that there are documents that go to that expert. The second the expert receives documents, all of those things are created. They have to be created. Those disclosures are required from the state, not from the defense. So there's a different standard there.
Where I am, if you want to call an expert, you do have to tender an expert report with some notice.
Yeah.
There's a requirement to do that ahead of time.
So, Ian, why would the killer leave casings on the ground to be found? It's not like the blue lights were on the way.
A couple of points. One, it's a lot harder than you might think to police your brass because it goes everywhere, right? It goes a fair distance. You might not, people don't necessarily take the time. And I mean, most people just don't pick up their brass. They just leave it behind. I don't know. I mean,
plus, if you believe that he had to condense the timeline, he had to condense the timeline.
Yeah.
And walking around looking for your shells on a hunting property and your brass is just, that's
I mean,
impossible.
maybe he was planning on what is it? Maybe he was planning on going back to pick it up later. I don't know. So
Possible. Connie, was there ever a point you thought guilty during the trial? Mine was Alex's own voice at the kennels on the stand, and then the unfocused close by Jim, Rob, Ian, and Emily, my dream team. When I have, as an attorney, I do take the whole innocent until completely proven guilty. I have trained and beaten myself up to essentially take that innocence and make it a fact until something is proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the person did this. I maintained a certain level of doubt, like all the way up until the end. I don't think the prosecutor ever got me to guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. I'm not the jury, though. The jury has spoken. All 12 of those individuals unanimously decided guilty. I'm not the jury.
I mean, juries do what juries want to do, but I mean, I had said, like, I was pretty sure that there was going to be people who like, I had predicted a hung jury on this one, was my call. Because I said, I'm pretty sure somebody here is going to be inclined to convict, and I thought somebody would be inclined not to. But between that prediction and now, they had Murdaugh's absolute failure of testimony. And
it was the testimony. That's really, I think that's
I
really
mean, there might have been some people waffling who ended up watching those closes and decided against it midway
that's
through.
possible. I just don't think the closing arguments really got anyone anywhere.
So, yeah.
I saw a question. Can he be convicted? Death penalty? No, this is not a death penalty case. It wasn't charged that way. Carmen and LV, I couldn't get to guilty on murder charges beyond reasonable doubt. Too many unanswered questions. I think that the guilty verdict was a huge message that Alex Murdaugh was a horrible person, thief, and liar.
I mean, the thing is ultimately he is a terrible person.
Yep.
And at the end of the day, he was going to spend the rest of his, rest of his time in jail at all.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Chris McCurry, think Jim Putin threw it. Do you think they threw it? I cannot imagine that they threw that case. No attorney worth their, I cannot believe it. No, because the kennel video proved he lied to them. Nope. I'm not buying that. If you were an attorney and you were mad at your client because they lied to you, you discharge your client. You say, see you later. You don't represent them and throw the case to get him convicted of a crime. I can't see that. But hey,
you never would.
Yeah.
And I mean, the thing is at the end of the day, Murdaugh is going to jail for life, right? So why would you throw it? Like, if you thought that he needed to be in jail for the rest of his life, why would you throw the case, right? Why not just let the outcome happen? And especially because if you win, like, winning on a high profile thing like this is basically printing money. A lot of lawyers have made their entire career off a high profile win like this. So
yeah, most certainly. Shannon, thank you. Did you catch Jim saying if Alex Murdaugh hadn't lied, already not being at the kennels, Jim wouldn't be there? That's because the state wouldn't have charged this case. This case would not and could not have been charged if they did not have something that put him down by those kennels. Period. So, yeah. But either way, yeah. YouTuber Eric, so Debbie, thank you. YouTuber Eric has is doing a docu-series on the Murdaugh family. He found that Alex's law firm has been devastated the town of Hampton with lawsuits. No one wants to open a business for fear of something happening, then get sued. That's interesting. Fascinating. That law firm was interesting to watch. T-Mac Waters and Alex Murdaugh's team isn't doing just this trial. They're doing all of Alex Murdaugh's trials. We need to remember, isn't just one only trial. So if they F something up, they tried. Even the judge has seen Alex before. I'm not surprised. I am surprised that Griffin the closing with being as close as he was. Michelle Bell wasn't the gun that killed Paul loaded by Paul. His fingerprints on the shells, I thought. Alex Murdaugh, I believe that a violent criminal showed up with no gun, or that Alex, who was standing right there, used Paul's gun. Come on. Am I to believe that a violent criminal showed up with no gun, or Alex was standing right there, used Paul's gun? Come on. The testimony regarding the shells, I would have to go back and look at that specifically. If Paul's fingerprints were on the shells that were loaded, or
I thought it wasn't fingerprints, but touch DNA.
It might have been touch DNA, which can be explained in any number of circumstances. Because fingerprints, you would have heard that in closing. Absolutely would have heard that in closing.
Well, and the other thing is that touch DNA is not necessarily super, reliable in the way that you want, right? Like you don't want, the ideal would be something where every time you touch something, it automatically leaves DNA that will always be found.
Yeah, it's just not consistent.
And that it never gets left at a time when you didn't touch something. And that's not really the case there. So, yeah.
Kenji Cosmos, I said the same thing to my mom. How do we get to the place of putting the burden on the defendant and the state? Scares me for our justice system. Lie to the grand jury. Nothing to see here. I didn't like a lot of the argument. That really did drive me kind of crazy. So
there were some places where, like, the thing about why didn't he talk to why did he have his lawyer there at the scene? I would have been standing up and going, objection, I would like a mistrial. Because, and I don't think this judge would have given them a mistrial, but I still would have asked for it. Because, it's, I don't like the whole thing of we're using his, accessing counsel against him. You've got a right to talk to a lawyer. So, yeah.
Yep. There was a lot there. James, I'm sorry I didn't see this earlier, my friend. Thank you for stopping by. It got a little wild tonight. The family was very nervous when we got into court. When Alex turned around, he whispered, "I love you, Buster." I believe that's appropriate under those circumstances. So, happy at heart. What are the odds Alex Murdaugh does what he's been doing and tomorrow confesses? Possibly, maybe. I doubt it. It's not going to happen.
I doubt it. I think
that would only increase the sentence.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that if he turns around right now and confesses, then yeah.
It shows disrespect for the system and essentially that you were happy wasting state resources. It's a weird conflicting standard, really. Like, you have presumption of innocence until proven guilty beyond reasonable doubt, but you're in a 50-50 because you have that and you have the right to go to trial. But when you are convicted, the state can use you're forcing the state to bring the prosecution against you in determining your sentence. It's a very strange, I've never really understood that all the way, but guys, I hate to do this. I'm going to have to pull like 5 or 6 more of these super chats because I need to close up shop and get to bed because I actually have work tomorrow that really needs to get done.
Me too, but I'm going to be watching this. I don't think the sentencing is going to be super interesting in the sense that I feel like we know where it's going. I almost feel like the judge practically was like, "Counsel, come back tomorrow and we'll get him his life sentences, please."
It was kind of interesting. I think it was kind of it was preordained. Music to my soul. Murdaugh was at the kennels too close to the murders. He would have at least heard the gunshots, and the jury wasn't going to believe an implausible story once they proved he lied about the blue lights. That's a feasible explanation as to how the jury got there. Terry Zelensky, thank you. Respectfully, I've been saying for days that you all were not considering the community's disdain for Alex Murdaugh, Poot, and the Haves. Poot's condescension for the judge and women was palpable. Terry, I have just been giving the analysis of the law. I believe, and I've always believed, that juries can view what they want to view. And I've been skeptical about people who have offered opinions as to how the jury is perceiving certain information. It's tough to call. I don't know. Carrie Estabrooks, thank you. For me, it wasn't so much the lying. It was his own words. Nobody else was there. I got out of there. He said those. I thought him testifying and giving those words to the prosecution is difficult. Christina, hi guys. So I find a reenactment of the murder case Mob Crew. It's 13 minutes long. I'd love your opinion. Maybe on FNF, loyal follower. I have had that sent to me. I have not had time to review it. I will take a look at it. Janice Wingfield, thank you. Alex is the one responsible for the guilty verdicts. His arrogance, history of buying your way out, and reputation of no accountability caused this verdict. I think that's a fair interpretation. Is it possible bias having the trial in the county/state where you all were so entangled and could have it moved elsewhere to prevent that? I think they filed a motion to transfer venue. I can't remember specifically, but it is possible. It is something that gets considered before the trial takes place. So that argument needs to be made before the trial takes place. Amanda, thank you. I live at Florida Beach, and I've seen drunken people not drunken drive naked on a golf cart all year, more during spring break. I'm sorry. T-Mac Ian, what's your take on the theory, the prosecution of the Gore filling the barrel so he had to grab another gun?
That makes no sense to me.
So essentially oh no, the Gore filling the barrel? No, that thing, no. If there's a shotgun in there, if there's a shell in there, it doesn't matter what you're trying to clog that barrel with, unless it's an actual obstruction, like a real obstruction.
I mean, if it's in the barrel and it's obstructing it, that wouldn't prevent it from firing. Now, it might, in the worst case scenario, it might burst the barrel if you had it, like if you put a concrete plug in there or something. And it's funny, if you look at the concrete, like if you look at those, if you watch like the cartoons where they sort of burst out kind of like a flower shape, that can actually happen. But more likely, it probably would have just projected all the stuff out of the shotgun. The only scenario I could see is if the shotgun itself got clogged in terms of the cycling mechanism. But, you know, was this not like what sort of shotgun is this?
They don't know. They are arguing it was the Benelli 12 gauge.
Semi or pump?
Semi.
Okay, so I mean he's a fairly proficient hunter. I mean, you could cycle it manually, even if it didn't jam up. So I could see. I don't think that makes a whole lot of sense to me. So,
Rosalind Duke, thank you very much. Strange week, 51st birthday. Happy birthday. Then told I've lost 20% of my business since I got poked. That's terrible.
Ooh.
Graphic designer, so not awesome, but also I did not see a guilty coming. Hung all day long. Sorry, not sorry. Thank you for doing you. Rosalind, thank you for that. I'm sorry about that terrible news. I hope that it doesn't really affect too much of the work going forward and that, you know, there's some recovery from there. But thank you for being here and for that very nice comment. Nancy, Rob, who's the guy in the yellow suit? I've been wondering the whole trial. I don't have a clue. You didn't like the dry run for the AG re-election speech? Nope. What does this verdict do for the Beach case? Really nothing. Do you think the family thinks wrongfully convicted? I don't know what the family thinks. I imagine there's going to be a press release or a remark. Faith, question. Did Mr. P suggest that Alex Murdaugh was going to jail for life on the finances during one of his examination testimonials? I may have misunderstood. That was argued. You're not technically supposed to, but yes, he did make that claim that he was going to go to jail and he was under trial for that. I don't know if the jury heard all of that, but yes, it was argued. Frankie's mom, I feel an argument started at dinner. It was as Maggie Murdaugh was only there for 13 minutes before she went with Paul to the kennel. Maybe Paul had pills in his pocket, ergo belt loop. The one thing I will be very firm on is I don't think this trial, you're going to get the answers that we've been looking for. We're not going to get them. K Bragg, I think Jim crashed and burned in his closing because he realized Alex is guilty and his conscience was eating him. Maybe. Only plan sticker shop. Thank you. Poot cited the state using 2 lawyers in closing as backup for his request to do so. I don't have much experience as you guys in court, but I've seen that a lot with 2 prosecutors doing closing. It also, generally speaking, you can divide your closing as a defense between two attorneys if you so wish, as long as you cover different material. Paula 7127 press conference in very poor taste. It was terrible. Truffle Shuffle, even though he was found guilty, I still have my doubts. With y'all's experiences, is this common with a lot of cases, or are they slam dunk? No doubt. Most cases are slam dunks. So most cases, you don't get anywhere near this level of question. Atomic Blonde, thank you. I worked with Anthony Pelicano, the private investigator, helping the prosecution in the OJ case. Wow, that's cool. We live it for weeks. Wow, that's really cool. Robin, thank you. E, I'll admit to being susceptible to peer pressure, and I'm officially tipsy. Rare drinker. Do a galafe before you become the fool, as I got a little too excited and reminded that Rob is in Virginia too. Thank you, Robin. That's very nice of you to be here and nice of you to say. Megan Wickman didn't have Rob crying after his first time on the bingo card either. That was read a different way. Yeah, first closing argument. Krista Peterson, thank you. Verdict has the chat not its usual kind self, and that press conference made me feel icky. So that's enough internet for tonight. That's fair. Wanted to say I appreciate you both and the mods for working hard on a long day. Krista, thank you very much for that, and thank you for being here. Like I said, this case has people rather conflicted. I am Cash. Personal feeling. Buster doesn't feel there's been justice. He doesn't believe his dad did this. He doesn't get to start his healing process. He doesn't see how justice was served. I'm disappointed in the bad acts being put in. I will agree that I think the bad acts evidence, in my opinion, shouldn't have come in. But again, I think there was the argument the defense maybe opened the door. I don't know. It's going to be an issue that's going to be resolved on appeal. I won't be able to make that call. I feel for Buster, and that's got to be really hard for him right now. Rain Fiara Kane, do you believe Alex Murdaugh could have grabbed Paul's AR because it was close after not anticipating Maggie being there? Shotgun only has 2 shots, as if he thought she had left. It might have just been necessity. That shotgun has a five shot capacity. I think it might have only had 2 rounds in it, though. I don't know. Yeah. How fast can you disassemble Blackout? Pretty quick.
I mean, how disassembled are we talking about? Like, are we talking about knocking the pins out of the AR and splitting it into an upper and a lower?
Yep.
Or are we talking about separating it down to like a full on disassemble?
Upper, lower.
Like
something small and portable.
Okay. Seconds.
Yeah.
It's pin apart.
Yep.
If we weren't on a live stream, I could show people and it wouldn't take long.
We're not going to do that on live stream.
Nope, we are not. YouTube's got rules.
Yeah, they do. KWNY upstate. I don't want to see the inevitable adult film based on the 300 Blackout. No, we're not going to do that. That's terrible. All right. I'm going to hit 3 more of these super chats as much as I can, and then I'm going to have to get out of here. I'm sorry, guys. I really do have to go. I thank you all for all the contributions, the thoughts, the questions. You guys have been great throughout this whole trial. Thank you. Nick Loss, I saw you did a mock closing. Thank you. I'll go check that out over your channel. Do judges ever decide murder, or is it always a jury of 12? It's a jury. I still think that 1 or 2 jurisdictions might have something fewer than 12, but it's a jury. Judges do not decide murder cases. Will AM be put on suicide watch? I don't know the answer to that question. So, was it allowed due to closing and rebuttal? I love this judge, but he allows a lot. Closing and rebuttal is standard, and that just comes, period. Judge Newman is supposed to try cousin Eddie next. Who's in? Show me the money, Eddie. That's gonna be interesting. Music to my soul. Mandy Matney tweeted this morning unconfirmed reports that the dismissed juror was going around saying that AM was innocent, but I don't know if that's true. I don't know. There's been a lot of reporting around this case. Ashton McQuirk, have you guys discussed together when Poot pointed the gun at the prosecution, made the comment? We did. We had opinions. They were not.
I was not a fan of that.
Yep. On the stand, he never showed survivor's guilt or spoke that way. I feel I couldn't stop saying I was just there. I should have left him. That's the problem with taking the stand.
You're going to get judged based on your demeanor, and your demeanor might be all sorts of things, right?
Yep.
Like, let's say that you are rocking some PTSD. I had a self-defense case, and the judge was very critical of my client's testimony because a lot of the time he was asked questions and he would stare, like just stare at the response for a bit. Now, I know that he was like just spacing out because he's got PTSD. He was having a lot of trouble with the questions because he was being taken back to a violent confrontation and it was messing with him. But the judge basically said, like, I can't put any weight on this guy's evidence because I think he was, he basically concluded that that was him sitting there and thinking up a good lie each time. And I'm like, no, he's having a straight up PTSD moment. It was rough. But you sometimes you got to, right? At the end of the day, that one was acquitted because the guy who did the stabbing was also a terrible witness. But, you know, juries, when you see juries interviewed after the fact, they will sometimes hinge on really subtle points. You know, I don't like the way the guy looked at me is a big one.
They will, it's wild what they say when they come back.
So, I mean, the problem is there's no right answer because you put your client up on the stand, they might suck on the stand. You don't put your client up on the stand. The jury often is like, well, they didn't put their guy up on the stand, you know, he doesn't even tell us he didn't do it. So, yeah.
Shannon, will Alex Murdaugh have protection in prison given solicitor? I don't think so. I think it's going to be basically he just knows how to work the system. Do you have opinion, Ari Anderson versus Wisconsin? I don't. I'll have to look that up. Thank you for helping us understand and cope with laws and reactions. And I'm going to pull this up. Rob, I'm keeping weeknight streams to 2 hours. Also, Rob, 4 hours and 30 minutes in.
I just also want to note you were well over 2 hours when I popped on.
I know, and that's fair, and that's completely fair. I sent the link to the group chat, and I was like, "You guys can come on if you want to." And I was like, "Oh shit!" And it was before everything went crazy. All right, ladies, gentlemen, friends, I have to bid all of you good evening. Thank you all very much for being here, for being some of the support structure as we go through some of this, and allowing me to explain this. This is a lot of fun for me. I do enjoy explaining the law and trying to make things accessible to all kinds of people.
I'm just glad this trial's almost done.
I'm so glad this trial is done. It's done.
I've been waiting for this trial to end so that I could do other stuff. In part because like a lot of my videos I've been thrown out and it's basically like throwing them directly into the trash while they're competing with Murdaugh. But also like I've been waiting to do that stream with Emily.
Yep.
And but chat, is Monday a good night to do like a stream? I know Mondays kind of suck. It might be a way to make your Mondays suck a little less. So let me know if you think that Monday's a good night. I don't know if I'm competing with anybody there that like everyone's like, no, we do this other thing on Monday. So, but yeah, that's kind of a thought there. I'm so glad to see the end of this trial. Me too. Every time I tune into it, I feel like I'm in another land, like where it's just like, what is going on here?
Because it's just every day was something new. All right. I'm going to say good evening to all of you. Ian, check Ian out, Runkle of the Bailey. Check out Emily, Emily D. Baker. Thank you guys for being here. If you are still here, please like the video. Please subscribe to the content. It does mean a whole lot to me. And then I will I'll catch you guys. You know what? Tomorrow, Friday Night Frenzy. So Friday, 8 o'clock. See you then. Okay. Bye, guys.